We're live.
Okay, we're live. All right. So, welcome everyone to the first Christianity Hangout hosted by me on this channel, Reactionary Ian. Um, I have with me some good guests here today, and some more might be coming later. But right now, we're just going to talk about Christian topics. I have Mark Citadel from the blog Citadel Foundations. I have Ayla, aka Wife with a Purpose. Uh, I have William, who runs the channel Folkways. Is there something going on in the background? I'm hearing a lot of noise. Is it raining or something?
Not where I'm at.
Is that you, Mark?
I haven't got rain. Hold on, shall I mute my microphone?
Yeah, I'm just hearing like a swishing sort of sound.
Yeah, hold on, see if this changes it.
Yeah, it's gone now. Well, we can't hear you. Are you there, Mark?
Yeah, but obviously I'll have to mute my microphone when you're talking, so...
Yeah, that's just, I think, a good habit just to mute when you're not talking, because otherwise you get lots of noise.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
seen them do that on Millennial Woes channel, so it's a good policy.
Let me just see if this is showing up on... Okay, yeah. We're live. Let me just send the URL to people. Okay, so, yeah, there's no chat. Oh, okay. I'll have to do. Let me just put this on Twitter. Um, so, folks, we had some technical difficulties, but now we're running. There won't be any more technical difficulties, and we can get going. Let me pin this over, we can see it. All right, so why don't we start by just introducing ourselves. Who wants to go first? Mark, you want to go first? You're first in the little.
Sure.
So just tell who you are, what you do, and what your background is with Christianity.
Okay, so I'm Mark Citadel. I blog at citadelfoundations.blogspot.com. I've been sort of writing in the reactor sphere for a number of years now. I've been published at Return of Kings and Social Matter. And basically I blog on a variety of reactionary topics, from racial issues, sexual issues, political issues, occasionally theological issues, etc. So yeah, that's mainly what it's been about. And just now I'm starting to network with people and do things like this. Obviously, I recently did the Ascending the Tower podcast on Social Matter with Nick B. Steves and Anthony DeMarco and E. Anthony Gray. So that was a good experience, and this is the next sort of, I guess, discussion forum that I've been involved in. So I'm looking forward to a good discussion.
Yeah, I heard the last episode of Ascending the Tower. It was really good. Probably one of the better ones.
Thank you.
And you are an Orthodox Christian, correct?
Yes. Converted a couple of years ago.
Okay. And before that, what was your background?
Well, I'd been sort of a non-denominational for a little while. But prior to that, I was an atheist for basically my entire life. I wasn't brought up Christian at all.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mark.
Yep.
So who wants to go next? William, do you want to go next?
Sure. I'm back on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you provide a link to your blog, Mark? I just did a quick search, and there's a lot kind of things.
Oh yeah. Where can I provide it?
Here, I know the URL.
There's chat on the side. You'll provide it. Okay, good.
Yeah,
my name's William. I've been some kind of Christian, I guess, since birth, and some periods of time away from church life as well. I was raised in a very kind of small sectarian group called the Christadelphians. They're a kind of a 19th century creation, very unorthodox in terms of doctrine. So I was kind of raised with a sense that being in church meant being very much isolated from society, because we were kind of like 50,000 people in the world, were part of this group. And so it was kind of a very isolating um, kind of thing, and yet at the same time I had a lot of obviously experience with the text, with the Bible, and experience with um, you know spiritual development and that sort of thing too. I don't think that really changes absolutely, depending on which group or which tradition you follow. I have a hard time, now with the kind of one true faith kind of kind of thing. But and I left for a while that group. Um, Went to university, studied philosophy, but and still I think I literally was craving bread and wine. So I started going back. I started finding a church that I could go to, and I went to. I started just by accident. Started going to a high Anglican, Anglo-Catholic parish here, and went one year for midnight mass at Christmas, and then didn't go again until the next year at midnight mass, and then I started going twice a year, 3 times a year. That was about '94, and then I've basically been at that parish off, mostly a regular attender for quite a while. I was even at one point, I guess I still am officially considered a postulant, which means I'm could be pursuing orders if I felt that was my calling still. I'm a bit uncertain about that, or quite uncertain about that at this point. So I have a kind of struggled relationship with, certainly with the church. My church is very SJW at this point in terms of politics, and that's starting to creep even into the liturgy on Sundays, certainly in the prayers of the people. So I'm having more kind of trouble just trying to figure out how I fit into that, and I'm interested in looking at folk traditions of our racial and or ethnic folk traditions, and I've started doing that. Ayla and I did a show on my channel, and I did another one with Tanstaffel later, and I'm just right now trying to figure out on fairy tales. So I'm just right now trying to pick the next fairy tale I want to work on. I've been listening online as I work and reading Grimm's. I also want to look at some other fairy tale works. So I feel, yeah, I still am a practicing Christian. I still attend the Mass, and I still think of myself in that light, and probably always will. But I definitely have an uncomfortable relationship with the church, and just trying to figure out what that that relationship is with me and my political leanings, which oddly enough, I mean, my first church that I belonged to was very much would be considered reactionary in its structure, very traditionalist in many ways, but kind of failing to articulate that very effectively, I think, in some ways in the world. So anyway, that's my background.
All right. Well, thank you. That's interesting. I mean, I've been watching your YouTube channel. You do seem to be trying to work a lot of things out, so it's interesting to hear your thoughts. Okay, so I guess Ayla, you're next. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure. So I'm Ayla, and I blog over at Wife with a Purpose on Twitter. I'm really active over there. That's kind of my me time is Twitter. So when I have a moment in between cooking and cleaning and homeschooling, I'm sending tweets. It's kind of my only hobby. So it looks like I'm on there a lot, but I'm actually just checking things in between my very busy schedule. But I'm a mom of 5 kids, and I homeschool, and my kids are ages, my oldest is 12, and then all the way down to 1-year-old. My background religiously is pretty, it could be a really long story, but to nutshell it, I was born to Episcopalian parents. My father was raised Southern Baptist, but he converted for my mother when they got married. And when I was young, we were taught very much like that being an Episcopal was a really big deal, not in a spiritual sense, but almost like an ethnic sense, like this was my heritage. Because my mother, on my mother's side, she's a direct descendant from Sir Christopher Wren, who was the architect of St. Paul's Cathedral. And that was like a point of pride in my family that we had this kind of, I don't know, like religious dynasty in a way. In my early life, around 7 or 8, my mother became very, I think, very disillusioned with the church. I don't know exactly why. She had her reasons, but I don't think those were the true reasons. Anyway, so we stopped attending church when I was around 7 or 8 years old, but I always had a very passionate desire for God. I think so. I was always craving God as far back as I can remember. And so I started to pick up religious texts on my own. This was prior to the internet, so I would go to my encyclopedia and look up different religions and read about them all of the time. And I became very interested in Judaism actually at the age of 12. So I started trying to attend synagogue with a Jewish friend of mine, which I did a handful of times over the next couple of years, and was really studying about Judaism and what that was and trying to understand what it was. But the community amongst Jewish people is not welcoming to non-ethnically Jewish people, at least not where I was. And so no one would really facilitate my, wanting to study about it or understand it. So after a couple of years, I kind of moved on and said, well, that's not the community for me. I don't know where I belong. And I ended up just in a bookstore called Bookstar, which then became later Barnes and Noble. And I just was in the religious section, which was my favorite section. And I thought, well, wait a minute, Europe wasn't always Christian. So what were they before they were Christian? And I came across a book called Pectai Witta by Buckland, and which is kind of a book amongst pagans. And I bought that and started reading about basically Scottish witchcraft, paganism. I was raised, it's really funny too, I was raised very strongly with a sense of Irish heritage. My mother's first husband had been Irish, like an Irish immigrant fresh off the boat. And so his mother had taught my mother how to cook and how to keep house. And so we had a lot of Irish traditions. And then my father thought he was Irish. Well, his last name is Irish, and so I had an Irish last name, and my middle name is also Irish. So I was raised with a very strong sense of Irish ethnic identity as well. So that I was studying a lot of that amongst paganism. But funny to find out, like I actually had my DNA tested recently, and I'm only 5% Irish, which I'm still kind of reeling from. That real that new knowledge is kind of trying to sink into me. But anyway,
Yeah.
so studied Irish paganism for a long time. So I got my undergraduate degree, which is in German. Well, I should say I got a certificate in international studies, an undergraduate degree in German, and then I went to graduate school for women's spirituality. And by the time I did that, I was heavily involved in the pagan movement. I was a columnist for a magazine called Sage Woman, which is a pagan magazine you can pick up at pretty much, I mean, you can buy it at like Whole Foods and Barnes and Noble and places like that. So pretty popular journal of pagan thought, and was running a pagan website, blog, and that sort of thing. I had 2 kids. And then anyways, while studying for my master's degree in women's spirituality was when I became disillusioned with the authenticity of modern paganism and the practices and the tradition that they espoused to have that was, supposedly thousands of years old, but really archaeologically and historically didn't hold up to scrutiny. And so I felt like it was inauthentic, and I started researching other things, and that's what brought me to Christianity. Then through Christianity, brought me actually to the LDS faith, the Mormon faith, which is very traditional church. They have very traditional beliefs. I was a liberal, but I was at the same time that I was investigating Christianity, I was converting more to conservative ideal, which I actually was always a conservative. It's a long story, but I was finding like my true self in conservative thought, and so that kind of ended up coming together around the same time that I found Christianity. And I found that the practices of the Mormon or the LDS Church and their strong emphasis on family was really appealing to me. And so anyways, long story long, I joined that church almost 8 years ago and have been a very devout practicing member ever since. And so that's where I'm at.
All right. Well, that's good. Thank you. I guess as long as I'm here, I probably should tell my story too, because I probably haven't told a lot of people about it. Yeah, for me, I was basically raised as an evangelical Christian, and I guess technically that's probably still what I am, just because I haven't officially converted to anything else. But I guess for me, I went to a Christian university. I went to Christian schools growing up, and I guess being a Christian is just a big part of my identity. It's a big part of who I am. Like, it's hard to imagine myself not being a Christian of some sort. But I guess for the last 10 years or so, I was feeling kind of lukewarm about it, and it just, I don't know, I guess with evangelical Christianity, it just seems very shallow. It seems like it's too simplistic in many ways. Like, I mean, if you read different blogs about like the current evangelical church, it does, a lot of people talk about the issue of churchianity, which I guess the best way to describe is kind of like Christianity, which focuses more on the social dynamics of the church itself rather than doctrine and things like that. So I guess it just felt like this sort of evangelical bubble was its own little world that had its own little rules, and it just seemed kind of like there wasn't a whole lot there to make you feel deep spiritually. And so for the last year, well, I guess last June, I started attending an Orthodox church, and I haven't converted yet, and I'm not even officially a catechumen yet, but I'm looking into that. I'm hoping that'll be my where I go as far as Christianity is, because I think it's very interesting to get deeper into the faith, and I guess I still have to learn more about the history, because having sort of a low church background, you don't learn about the saints, you don't learn a lot about the history. It's just like everything kind of starts with Martin Luther. So like we think, oh, Protestantism is the real way, and he's taking down those corrupt people, but I don't know. I guess the more reactionary I've become, the more I've looked back at those historical events as being sort of questionable, shall we say. So yeah, that's where I am. I'm studying Orthodoxy, hoping to become Orthodox. And I've actually invited a couple people who are, I think at least one other person I've invited is Orthodox. We'll see if he shows up. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting, Ian. I wish you luck on your journey.
Thank you. Just a quick question. When you converted to Orthodoxy, like, how long was the process?
Ooh. See, I don't know, because it's been sort of hampered by me leaving the United States. And it's very different in England. Like I'm sure as you're aware, in the West, churches aren't actually easy to find in a lot of places, are they? So, for instance, it might be easy for somebody to go on a Sunday if you're like a Catholic or something, but depending on where you are and depending on your situation, it's not like being in Russia. You can't just go to these places because they're quite sort of sparsely dotted around. So mine took months and months.
Well, there are a couple Orthodox churches in my area, so...
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, are you just, not to like dox you or anything, but are you sort of in the south of the United States, or?
Yeah, I'm in the southern, like near the East Coast, south. So.
It's strange because from what I hear, there's a lot of growth comparable to what there has been in the past in Orthodoxy in the south, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too. Like, there are more Southerners who are turning toward Orthodoxy because I guess maybe they have sort of a traditional impulse.
Because previously it was only really in Alaska that you had it.
Yeah. Well, actually, sorry, I don't want to bore anybody here who's not Orthodox, but I was talking to the priest last weekend, and he was saying that he tells me that one of the founding fathers of the U.S. was actually secretly a member of the Orthodox Church, and he was baptized in London. I forget the name, but I don't know. It's interesting to hear
I'd
stuff like
never
that.
heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, I should look into that more to find out that story. Be interesting to read.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess we should start a discussion. So let's see. I guess since this is reactionary / alt-right, whatever you want to classify it as, we should discuss the issue of Christianity in Europe and history of it. I mean, I guess for a lot of people on the alt-right, there's definitely a sort of anti-Christian strain among many of them. So I guess one reason I wanted to do this hangout is because I wanted more people to see that yes, there are Christians who are proud of their heritage and do have a sense of identity, and they aren't just liberals or whatever. So do we all? I guess the question I wrote down is, did Christianity make Europe great? Do you think that Europe's rise to greatness was fueled by Christianity? I know that Ayla, for instance, you've talked about this in one of your videos once.
Yeah, I have. I'm actually pretty passionate about Christianity and the marriage between Christianity and Europe, and that being one of the driving forces that has taken the potential of the European people to our greatest heights. Um, and I think, well, I don't know how much you want to get into it now, but yeah, it's kind of frustrating for me in the alt-right. And now I should say that I love pagans. I have nothing against pagans. Obviously, I was a pagan. My mother is still pagan. I should say my adopted mother. Um, she's pagan. I have a lot of pagan friends. And I love them. What's confusing to me on the alt-right with paganism and their anti-Christianity and their pro-paganism is that they use a lot of information that came from sort of the baby boomer, like 1960s, 1970s feminist paganism in the United States, which was heavily Jewish. So we're talking about people like Starhawk and those famous people, and their sort of crypto research, their pseudo research, I guess is the word I'm looking for, where they took something they assumed to be true about paganism, ancient paganism, and kind of created these modern day rituals and thoughts and ideas, and going to things like Catalhoyuk in modern, in Anatolia, modern day Turkey area, and seeing cow horns painted on the wall, and then saying, oh well, feminists back in the 60s and 70s academically would say, oh well, that means that they worshipped women because if you took a cow's skull, like the skull looks like a uterus, and then the horns look like fallopian tubes, and they just get like really out there with it. And then I've seen a lot of people kind of that like buy into that sort of paganism, which is confusing to me because it comes from such a social justice warrior liberal place. So that's confusing to me. But anyway, so I'm constantly feeling like one of my, I don't know, callings, for lack of a better word, in this movement, whatever it is. I know the alt-right is still like forming, and there's alt-right and there's white nationalism, identitarianism, and all these overlaps, and racially aware libertarians, and all these different people. But within this new movement that's kind of formulating and gaining popularity, and I'm still a baby to it myself. I'm very new. I only found it last year. And but one of my things that I'm very passionate about is saying, no, when Christianity came to Europe, that's when we really saw European technology, science, literature, art, all of those things take off. And the myth of the Dark Ages is one of my passionate points. People like to say, oh, paganism was doing so well in Europe, and then Christianity came and threw them into the Dark Ages. But the Dark Ages is a myth. There never really was Dark Ages. They were producing music and musical notation and new forms of art and Gothic cathedral and architecture and science, and universities came out of this time period. It was a time of tremendous academic and cultural growth for Europe, which propelled us. It really took European people from any other kind of tribe on earth to really being the people that were able to dominate the globe intellectually. and physically, and so I think that that's not getting enough credit, I think, in the alt-right circles right now.
Yeah, very good observation. Does anybody else have anything to say about that? Like,
Well, I've got a sort of different conception that I don't, when we ask, did Christianity make Europe great? We need to define what we mean by great. I don't consider really anything in the last 300 odd years to be great. For me, the Enlightenment is the period of decline, the beginning of decline for Western civilization. So when we say, did it make Europe great? Well, in comparison to what? I mean, all cultures have had high points and low points. What I'd say that Christianity did bring to the European continent, the sort of Occidental peoples, was for the first time in recorded history, and we don't know, what pre-recorded history looked like. Obviously, we only have myth to go on for that. But first time in recorded history, it was the one thing that seemingly could unite the Occidental spirit. If you take a look at Europe prior to Christianity, Europe was deeply divided. Even though everyone was quote unquote pagan, it was all different brands of paganism. The barbarian sort of Saxon, Germanic hordes were very much different from the Romans and the Greeks, etc., etc. So for the first time when Christianity came, you had essentially at one point from Lisbon to Vladivostok, you had everyone worshipping at the core the same thing. It's just unfortunate that had to come to an end with the sort of theopolitical problems, the Great Schism between East and West, and then obviously in the West that has then degenerated, and Catholicity has birthed Protestantism, which has then birthed other forms of Protestantism, and they all hate each other, and so it's it's broken, it's splintered up. So we don't really have Christendom anymore. So I wouldn't really define this kind of greatness as in terms of our technology or anything like that, because if we define it as that, then today is the height of European greatness, and I don't think anyone can look at it and say that that's the case. Technology masks deeper decays and deeper rot. In fact, that rot wouldn't be allowed to occur without the technology. This is what I said on Ascending the Tower, is that if we didn't have the technology that we have today, we would have been conquered because of the condition of the European soul today, and how we structure our societies it's inferior to even, if you look at the people directly south of us in North Africa and Arabia and places. I mean, there's a reason why they are still quite strong cultures, but ours is so weak that they're coming forth and really being able to conquer us at our own behest. So yeah, I'd say that. Did it bring greatness to Europe? I mean, Europe has been great. You look at the Romans, look at the Macedonians. Europe has had its great periods without Christianity. What I think Christianity brings is definitely that uniting thing between all Occidental peoples, whether they be Slavic or Iberian or Germanic or Nordic. It was that one thing that really sort of connected the Occidental soul that we have record of. And, if you go into Julius Evola, he points out that long prior to recorded history, there may have been a sort of spirituality which did unite all Occidental peoples, but that was lost over time. And that, if Pagan says that, paganism was doing so great prior to the onset of Christianity, that's absolutely baloney. Paganism was in a sorry state before the rise of Christianity. Partly the reason why Christianity was so successful is that paganism had, especially in Rome, degenerated into southern sort of lunar cults, Asiatic spiritualities that were, fating Rome to become a bit like its northern neighbors, who were completely uncivilized and had no civilization, so to speak of. They were just sort of tribes who lived in the woods and lived in sort of on the edges, on the margins. So I think that Christianity was very much necessary for the survival of Occidental people, really.
Wow. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's good thing. Sorry, I blanked on what I was going to say there. Do you have any thoughts on this, William? William, are you there? Okay. I don't know if he's listening to us right now, but well, you said that Christianity united Occidental people, but were you saying that you thought that paganism? Maybe I misheard you. Were you saying that before Christianity, paganism united people on some level, or like at a certain time?
Yeah, but this would be, we're talking way back into the age of myth. We're talking pre, any records that we have. This gets into really sort of esoteric stuff about the Hyperborean North and the theory of the northern origin of European spirituality. But it's nothing that we have concrete records of. So it's certainly nothing that today's pagans can look back upon and really get a firm grasp of, especially in its exoteric dimensions. When you try to do the things that you, Ella, were talking about, the idea of things like, oh, if there's a cow's skull, then it looks like a uterus. I mean, these people did not know what a uterus looked like. They didn't know that it looked like that. They hadn't, dissected people. It's just madness. It's ludicrous. And they want to try and bring back these kind of exoteric elements. But they're not really the elements that were valuable, or that couldn't have found their value in other places. It's the things that were valuable in paganism were its esoteric content. It's the content that was below the surface, and I think that is what you see when and this is one thing that Protestants have a criticism of in both the Orthodox and Catholic churches, is the sort of pagan elements that they do contain. But I think they're actually beneficial. It's what gives Occidental Christianity its character in both Orthodoxy and Catholicity, that we have these pagan elements that are incorporated that don't compromise any of our core doctrines, but essentially make the religion our own, in the same way that when Christianity went to China, it was originally Sinicized. It was given a sort of uniquely Chinese character, and if you go to Egypt today, Christianity there has a very unique Coptic character. It's different from how it's practiced in the Occident, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, Ayla, I guess I'd like to ask you, since you used to be involved with paganism, earlier you referred to it as the pagan movement. Do you think it is like a movement of sorts?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that when you look back, I mean, in the United States, and I can't speak for Europe because I don't know their history as well, modern history with paganism, but as far as looking at America, I mean, you can see that what we consider like the modern day pagan movement really had a huge surge during the 1960s and 70s. It kind of piggybacked onto feminism and was really driven by a lot of these same characters that were involved in feminist civil rights, liberal progressive movements of that time, coming out of the baby boomer generation. And certainly there's always been an element of paganism that's kind of trickled through Europe and through America. And even my faith, the LDS faith, is a lot of pagan imagery, pagan-esque beliefs in our belief structure and so forth. And then, of course, you always had people practicing some sort of, I don't know, drawing of magic circles, healing talismans, sort of these sort of holdovers, what you would probably call more like a folk magic, particularly in areas like, Pennsylvania that were heavily settled by Black Forest Germanic peoples. And they still had a lot of that sort of thing happening. But and then of course around the late 1800s, you had a lot of characters coming out. The Gardnerian and Alexandrian movements within paganism kind of trace their beginnings back to that. And you had some people over in Germany that were in kind of the what eventually became more the hippie movement that originated around the turn of the century. as far as promoting veganism and vegetarianism and oh, I'm drawing a blank on what they call it when people don't wear clothes. Uh,
Like nudism or?
Nudism, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. Nudism and those sorts of things, sun worship and that sort of thing. But it was a very small percentage, very isolated, very small percentage of people. It was kept quiet and so forth. And then when we had the civil rights movement and sort of this liberal progressive boom in the 60s and 70s here in America, it gave people an outlet to really begin this pagan movement, and I really see it coming from there. So when you study paganism at more of like an academic level, like I did in my ribbon spirituality degree, and then of course there's you can get a PhD in it, and there's universities such as the Institute of Transpersonal Psychology in Palo Alto or Sophia University and places like that that are studying this. They all of their the professors and the people that have really laid the groundwork for this came out of the feminist movements, the gay rights movements, and the civil rights movements of the 1960s and 70s.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying that you think that this was really sort of a liberal movement at heart, the whole pagan thing?
Yes, definitely. It's completely steeped in liberalism. You can't really divide the two because, as I said, when people started to go and want to pick up these old traditions again, they sort of had masonry to look to, or the Freemasons, I should say, had paganistic like rituals and practices, and of course the folk magic holdovers, but they really didn't have any. There weren't any, sacred texts or anything like this that they could really draw magical practices from or seasonal practices. So they kind of just ended up taking folk tales and folk legends um, from Europe that had survived and kind of creating this really elaborate pagan culture around very little very little evidence or very little material to start with. And then they kind of tried to academically like link um, things that were coming out of, so you had Maria Gambudis, who was doing a lot of work in the 1940s archaeologically, and she was finding like the Venus statues and things like that. That other archaeologists, well, you see, and I say the women's movement in particular had so much to do with this, because when male archaeologists were going to places in Europe or even over in Egypt and other places that had pagan religions, religions with multiple gods and so forth, the men would look at things very differently than the women did. And so when women started getting into academia, into archaeology and history in particular, they started bringing their slant to it. And then once you added that like feminist element, that liberal progressive element, they were really looking for this return to this paradise. They were really trying to find this idea that at one point in Europe, people had been pagan, they had worshipped a mother goddess, and they had revered women as sacred, and all of women's practices as sacred. So childbirth, menstruation, all of these things as being very sacred, and it of course made their society totally peaceful. They had no wars, art thrived. This sort of mythology that they wanted to build up, they wanted their pagan movement to return European people, well, or all people, to this notion they had of a pre-Christian Europe that had been this egalitarian goddess worshiping paradise, and so they would pick out little things, like I said, like the skull on the wall, the cow skull drawn on the wall, or even one of the Venus statues that we've come to know of, the very voluptuous woman, carved from stone, and saying, well, this must have been a goddess, that they must have worshipped this. But there's really no evidence that it was an item of worship. And in fact, male archaeologists prior to that, I kind of dismissed it as likely maybe the first pornography, that men on hunts would take these little figures of very voluptuous women with them, as almost like a Playboy magazine we would do today or something. And so that was their look at it. And then women came along and said, oh no, these are goddesses. And the empowering notion that they could put their female biases towards these academic pursuits of archaeology and history definitely was born out of feminism and the feminist movement, which of course, really got going with women's suffrage and then kind of fizzled a little bit. But of course, you still saw it, in the 1920s, the Roaring Twenties, the Jazz Age. You saw elements of feminism, and then of course, really came back in the 1960s. After everybody kind of really recuperated from World War II and had settled down and had their babies in the 50s, and we kind of leave it to Beaver life of the 50s. But then once that grew a little boring, they got right back into where they kind of had left off in the Roaring 20s before the Great Depression, back into this notion of feminism and pushing of women's rights and women's sexual liberation and all of that. And paganism, just with the goddess worshiping and the wanting to get back to some egalitarian paradise, really went along with that movement. And so we really see those movements coming together and feeding off of each other.
Well,
that's really interesting, yeah.
Oh. Did you have more to say, Mark? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, Ayla, could you enlighten us as to what a trough is?
A trough? I'm actually not familiar with the term. I'm not
No, well, because it's something I hear a lot of pagans sort of describe the kind of pagans you're talking about, the sort of feminist, liberal pagans. This is how the sort of WN pagans describe them. They call them troughs. It's a kind of derogatory term. I just don't know what its origin is. I was curious if you knew.
I am not familiar with that or its origin, but there definitely is, and I definitely should say there is a division between people who are trying to practice paganism in a more authentic manner, and people who are very influenced by the more feminism, progressive paganism. But the feminist progressive paganism is really what came first in this modern age, and I am very excited that people are trying to be more authentic with it, and I'm very supportive of that, and particularly those sorts of pagans, and I think that's wonderful. And I'm glad that there has become this division is starting to happen that I've seen. But what does disturb me is that even the pagans that I see that are trying to be more authentic, and they're not, I don't believe they're doing this on purpose, but they're still relying on these old assumptions of let's say even things like the practice of Samhain or the practices of Yule, these pagan holidays. They fall back on these assumptions of what they were like based on a lot of this information that came out in the 60s and 70s, this progressive information, and they kind of haven't traced it back. They're kind of like stopping at this one level of like, oh, okay, well, we all know that this was pagan, Yule and Samhain or things like this, or the pentagram even, or things like that, and they kind of don't go further than that and see that, well, no, those might not be as authentically pagan as we think they are, that the evidence for them is quite lacking, and things like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted to point out that there definitely were feminine cults during the pagan era of Europe. There were cults of the mother. There were sort of what Evola calls them southern spiritualities, as opposed to northern spiritualities, which are more solar in orientation, more masculine. But these were not the heights of paganism, and they certainly were not precursors to some egalitarian society. These were sort of fringe cults which were not really accepted by the masses. The masses really participated in largely sort of solar male cults, and that's just what paganism was during this period, at least in southern Europe. I can't speak for northern Europe because it's a bit more shrouded. We don't know as much. They didn't keep the same kind of records that the Romans and others did.
Yes, that's true, exactly. But yeah, I think even when we're looking at the North, though, and what we do know about them, I think it's pretty obviously very male-oriented and male-dominated.
Yeah. It certainly was not a feminist society.
No, not at all. And that's kind of something that bothers me as well, when people kind of pick up on Vikings or things like this and try to claim they were feminists, and that's a division that's coming out in the alt-right reactosphere as well, where there's these more traditionalist people, which I would put myself in that camp, who are looking at gender roles and saying, well, no, there is a difference in gender, and there isn't an equality between the sexes per se. And then
Yeah.
people who are coming from a more feminist idea saying, well, no, there was these Viking women that were out there doing battle, and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they want a more feminist, more progressive idea of egalitarianism for the gender roles on the alt-right. And so we've seen a lot of schisming happening a little, and some infighting I've noticed online, and particularly amping up the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it schisming because I don't think that people with that notion were ever really on the alt-right. I think this has come from sort of outside something that preceded the alt-right that's been around for decades and is now sort of becoming aware of the alt-right with all the publicity that it's got.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah. And there's so much overlap, between white nationalism
Oh yeah.
and National Socialism, and all of these other movements that in even just anti-feminism and everything else that
Yeah,
kind of,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
look at the Gamergate people.
Right.
They've become sort of really associated with the alt-right, but not many of them are actually. I'd really define them as alt-right at all.
Yes, definitely. And I think that what is alt-right is still so much in flux as far as like being defined currently, and I have people coming to me all the time trying to get, solid definitions of what it is. And I said, well, first of all, I'm very new to the movement, so please don't come to me. But it's still in flux, because if you ask different people, if you ask Richard Spencer, or if you ask Ramsey Paul, or you ask these other people, they're going to have slightly different notions about exactly what it is. And so since it still seems to be forming in its more popular sense, I know that for the people who really have been in it since the beginning, they had a more solid idea of what this is. But as it's gained popularity and overlapped into these other little communities, there's this kind of resorting that's going on right now, I think, as far as what it means. But I agree with that traditionalism has definitely been one of the main pillars of the alt-right, and this feminist idea is kind of coming out more from other sectors that are more like white nationalists, who are kind of bumping up against the alt-right in their ideology, and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people, we shouldn't ever think that just because you're, quote unquote, red pilled on one issue, that means that you're right, or that you're collectively on the right.
Yeah.
One issue really is negligible. It's easy to be red pilled on one issue,
Yeah.
but you really need to sort of accept the broad smorgasbord of rightist thinking and of reactionary philosophy to actually come to a real understanding of how the radical right views the world.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you. Your microphone's working?
Yeah, I don't know. I plugged anyway. My setup here is for music recording. It gets a bit complex. It'd be nice just to have a simple simple setup. Anyway, I'm back at it. I just posted a link. Firestarter. Sinead did a interview with a woman, Calwin from Georgia a while back, and she talks about her kind of journey through paganism and then her disillusionment with it, similar to what Ayla was saying. It's quite an interesting conversation. I don't know if anybody's listened to that one.
I haven't, but I'll check it out
Either.
for sure, because I'm always interested in people who've had a similar journey. I keep running into them. It's really funny. I thought when I was first kind of where I was at, well, I'm the only like former liberal pagan that's kind of come over to this like radically right side of the spectrum, but I keep running into them. People hear my story and then they say, "Oh, I was pagan too, and I was a super liberal. I was lesbian. I was this. I was that, and now I'm on the far right." And I'm like, "Yes, right on."
Yeah, she's her story is it's quite interesting. She's got she's just very kind of green, and it's just a really good it's a good thing. I think she's done a paper or an essay or something posted at Renegade as well. And that's, if not, I think it's on the YouTube channel there, or I should say in the description maybe of the video. So yeah, I think it's I guess for me, I mean, can I say something since I've been on?
Yeah, go ahead. Say whatever you want.
I've been in the naughty corner for a while. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's my own sense. uh, I mean, for me, I'm really finding. I mean, in some ways, I don't mind the word pagan, and in some sense, to me, if you look at Jesus, he was kind of pagan. I mean, he didn't pray in the temple. He did go to the temple, but he also prayed in groves, essentially, which would in the Old Testament, the Mount of Olives would have been considered a grove. So there's some kind of strange contradiction there from Old Testament condemnation of such things to his praying in nature, right? Um, think of the Garden of Gethsemane and also the Mount. So he's basically praying in an olive grove. And so there are, this idea of what is pagan and what's not. I mean, what is the nature religion and what is what is the kind of the body religion and what is the cerebral religion, and that division is something I was very, my original initial life in Christianity was very much cerebral. It was all about the text and did you know the text well, and was your dogma correct, and could you defend. It was a very almost Judaized thing. We were very Semitophilic. We thought we were the only Christians who still love Jews at that. But basically, this kind of pro-Zionist kind of thing that you hear from
Philo-Semitism.
philo-Semitic, yes.
Yeah.
Um, this kind of Zionist pro-philo-Semiticism that you see now pretty much ubiquitous in evangelical Christianity. We had that right from our inception in the mid 19th century. So, but we also had it kind of in our practice. We were really kind of almost Old Testament Christians. Christ was really added on top of this longer tradition. So for me, I was very much removed from any kind of ethnic um, reality. At the same time, it was kind of there unspoken because this was very much an English kind of sect. We had a kind of romantic connection with England, with Birmingham in particular, oddly, just because that's where the head office was of this, and where the magazine was produced from. And so, at the same time as being kind of detached from it, I had kind of a connection. And when I went to the Anglican Church, it was very much an ethnic choice. I mean, for me, it felt like, and it also felt in a way kind of timeless, and in a way, because of the ritual. I had been in an iconoclastic tradition that had zero ritual. The room was, the rooms that we worshipped in sometimes were just rented halls, and sometimes were, built buildings by the congregations, but there was nothing on the walls, no imagery whatsoever. It was an empty space in terms of that. So icons and things like this would have been idols. So very much in the kind of Scotch Presbyterian um, tradition, and maybe even a little more hardcore than that. So for me, the connection to folk tradition is, I'm feeling a little bit of mourning about that, how Christianity did kind of too thorough of a job of removing that stuff in um, a kind of puritanical, very very much a top-down kind of way. It just rejected the the spirituality that was from our people, from our origin, and we are a very particular people with a very particular history, and our becoming is very much connected to environment that has transformed us. I mean, if we accept evolution, has transformed us over time uh, through living, with seasons. Way before in my interim period, I've got this calendar that I've made. That's someday I'm trying to get it so I can use it as a kind of a prompt for subscriptions on my channel. But I very much got kind of in touch with, what is the cycle of the sun and the seasons. We always have always had an equinox party at the two equinoxes at our house. So I somehow got to this kind of druid connection with these kinds of old um, practices and realities. So, I mean, I'm not really have anything final to say. I just have this sense that, looking for our traditional roots, that doesn't mean necessarily that, to me, that Christianity should be, and it is in a way, I mean, not in a way, you can find these traditions still sort of archived in European Christian tradition, um, through Christmas and even through, Easter and so forth. Um, I feel I want to touch those things anyway and have some kind of experience with them because I feel as if my ethnic connection has been disrupted by a too potent of a Christian um, imposition.
Yeah, well, I'd agree. I mean, that's one of my criticisms of Protestantism is that it was this kind of puritanical sort of purging of everything aesthetically beautiful. I mean, you talk about the sort of barren church, the kind of, I mean, that's very different to what we experience in Orthodoxy, isn't it, Ian?
Well, yeah, I mean, some churches are very full. Are you talking about barren in terms of decorations? Of,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all the iconography that we enjoy and
right, right.
all that kind
Very
of stuff
a lot more elaborate. It's a lot more to see.
is
I mean,
vibrant.
right. I remember one thing I read about Orthodoxy is they say that they believe that it should be experienced with all the senses, with sight, with sound, with smell. So that's why they have like incense and many visual
Yeah, very
things like
much so.
Yeah, we actually consider ourselves sort of cousins to the Orthodox in a way. I mean, our priests are married, and
Yeah, yeah, we
In
have
the
that.
Anglo-Catholic tradition, we have, or at least they can be, and 99% of them are, and it's yeah, and we do, we have the incense and we our mass is still the 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 presider, the officiate, the celebrant faces east, faces away from in the same direction as the congregation, rather than we don't have the kind of post-Vatican II reform where the priest
Oh yeah.
began to face the congregation.
Yeah, I mean, for us, obviously, priests can marry before they are ordinated, but not after, and our bishops are not ever married because they come out of the monkhood, so they're
Oh,
always
really?
previously monks. Yeah.
Uh,
So like Patriarch Bartholomew does not have a wife, and Patriarch Kirill does not have a wife, you know, etc., etc.
I know that you say you go to an Anglican church, William.
yeah.
What that's I know that I've heard that the Episcopal Church is kind of like an extension of the Anglican Church. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the sort of disobedient child of the
So
of the community. They're being censured right now, funny, by Africa essentially, because now the most Anglicans are in the church in the Anglican communion are non-white converts from colonization, and they have equal voting. And so on the whole same sex marriage thing, the Episcopal Church has actually lost its ability to go to certain meetings and to have a vote in the church because the Africans and the southern, basically southern hemisphere uh, churches say, sorry, we still consider that sin. So there's this great irony that this uber liberal church that is um,
Yeah, it
now
is
being
ironic,
censored
isn't
by
it?
its children, you know.
Yeah.
So it's quite fascinating.
Mm.
And they're very, I mean, the Episcopal Church is, I mean, the Anglican Church in general has been very cautious about these reforms, but the Episcopal Church has always been very activist. They just, I mean, at one point, one of their uh, primate said that, I need a gay bishop because once there's a gay bishop, they can't say there can't be a gay bishop because then, it's not just having a gay bishop. He's now, done baptisms. He's now done confirmations. He's done work in the church. So what are you going to say that those people baptized and confirmed aren't confirmed, right? It's classic leftist kind of Marxist behavior where you just posit what you want and then say, how can you say that can't be? And
Yeah.
so, and whereas the Canadian church is very slow, uh, and the English Church in general. I mean, because they were the first to have women priests, too, right? And the first to have a woman bishop.
Yeah, the
Because they just,
Church of England now has those.
yeah, that's that American kind of anti-authoritarian um,
Well, it was imposed.
attitude. Say again?
It was imposed. The British Parliament, because it's an established church, the British Parliament basically said to them that if you don't do it, we will essentially force you to do it through legislation
Yeah, yeah,
based on
yeah.
equality. So it's coerced. I mean, that church it's a puppet. It's a puppet church. I mean, whenever anyone says in theological matters we need reform, I'm always extremely cautious because that usually means some kind of social engineering the Gospels, which is never good.
Yeah. Do, were you working on a theme already, Ian, or are you?
No, I mean,
No.
if you have stuff that interests you, go for it. I just have some vague
I have
topics to discuss, but they're not like ironclad.
Okay, I have a very broad kind of theological question to ask the group that that's something that I struggle with, or just struggles maybe not even the right word, that I'm just working through. And is, what do I think of my religious practice in terms of um, the truth of it? What does it mean that when I say it's true? I just was today in preparation for this was while I was working was listening online to both Eusebius' History of the Church and to Matthew 25, the parables, and also I managed to listen to a bit of Romans, and just trying to figure. I mean, is it that do I think Christ is the one and only true Savior of the world? Still, I mean, at some point in my life, I certainly did believe that. And if I don't, if I think that He is a way to God, I mean, for me, if you listen to my some of my musings on my channel, to me, that does not mean that you get to tinker with the church because you destroy its efficacy by doing so. Like, even if you are someone who thinks that living in this story is a worthwhile thing to do because it points us in certain ways, it opens spiritual doors for us, even if we consider those to be primarily, even metaphor is not quite a strong enough term. I don't know if there's a better term, but that changing church moral discipline or changing church doctrine is not something you get to do just because you've decided you're not a literal believer anymore. And many of our early church believers were, in fact, allegorical. I mean, if you look at Augustine, he's not, he basically, for him, if Adam and Eve are not two literal people, his faith does not fail. Whereas when the faith that I grew up in, if there isn't literal Adam and Eve, you might as well throw the whole thing out. So it's kind of a bigger question, maybe has not so much to do with the alt-right. Well, it kind of does in a way, because, anyway, what is the primacy of our commitment to Christ, to our particular church, and then to this kind of ethnic awareness, or at least Western cultural awareness that that we all kind of have a connection with as well, in this kind of burgeoning awareness. I don't want to just see that. Anyway, that's just an offering if anybody finds that prompting in any way or just confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's in the Orthodoxy we have a policy of extra ecclesiam nulla, which is no salvation outside of the church. So we affirm that, but I have always, well, in my reactionary sort of musings, I've affirmed a kind of hermeticism, which is that although there is no salvation outside of Jesus Christ, there is knowledge outside of the Christian tradition. So there is knowledge about the divine realm. I talk about a lot about the Vedic Indian tradition and its relevance to us and things like that. So although I'd affirm that, yeah, in terms of salvation, in terms of what happens beyond this life, that is definitely bound up in the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. In terms of knowledge, I think it's wrong to dismiss all other traditional religions as sort of these made up or maliciously sort of lies. I don't think that's a correct interpretation of theological history, and it's certainly not what the early church fathers thought.
Ayla?
I pretty much entirely agree with what Mark said. In my spiritual tradition, we have more universal idea of salvation because we have different degrees of glory in the afterlife. So there's opportunity to accept Jesus Christ even after you have died. You can't get to heaven without accepting Christ as your Savior, but there's sort of like this holding place in the meantime where you can be taught by missionaries in heaven, and you can choose to accept Christ or not. So we kind of have this idea that most people make it to heaven because obviously once you die and the missionaries are teaching you, it's kind of hard to deny at that point that Christ is the Savior and the church is true. And so, but we do have like the highest degree of glory, which is dependent upon certain things that you do in your earthly life for your salvation. And then we do have a concept of hell. We definitely do have hell, our outer darkness, as we call it, which would be somebody that knew the fullness of the gospel, according to my church, in this life, that made covenants in the temple with Heavenly Father and then broke those covenants. So basically ex-Mormons. So if you were a Mormon and you were endowed and you went through the temple and you made covenants and then you apostated after that, then
Apostates,
yeah, that's where hell would be reserved for them. So yeah, and we also believe that, and I believe that we have a couple different scriptures and references from our prophets that talk about all religions having some degree of truth. You can learn something true by studying various religions, and we kind of believe that we do believe in a literal Adam and Eve, and that they were taught the gospel, and that it kind of mutated and changed like a great game of telephone where as it was passed along, it was mingled with the ideas of man and things like that, and so it kind of just branched out into these different faiths. But if you look at the different faiths, you can find elements of truth within them all, and so I definitely believe that's true, and I personally love studying other faiths. As far as personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and in regards to the alt-right reactionary political ideas, for me, I would say that even the most devout religious people, I think their faith ebbs and flows throughout their life. And so I think that it would be reasonable for us to say that sometimes you're culturally practicing Christian, and because maybe your faith is being tested. Maybe you're not totally sure about Christ, or you're not totally sure about God, like every single second of your day, and every day of your life for 70 or 80 years that you're on this planet. You're not, that you do go through days where you wake up and you think, oh golly, is there really a God? Is there, what is the meaning of all this? And then there's days that you wake up and you just really feel that Holy Spirit, and you really feel that testimony burning within you of course this is true, of course there's a God. And I think we all go through some level of that, and so it would be perfectly reasonable to expect people in the political sense who are practicing Christians to all be on their own personal journey with that throughout their lives, and be in different places at different times. And so I find absolutely nothing wrong with people who hope that it's true, who are in there, whether that's an Anglican church, an Orthodox church, LDS church, Baptist church, whatever they're in, and they're there, and they're praying, and they're reading their scriptures, and they're attending their meetings, and they're really thinking about it, and they just really hope that it's true, but they don't necessarily have a burning testimony as to the truthfulness of it. And I think that that's fine, because I think some people are just in that point in their lives, and particularly in the modern day, when there's so many things to distract us from the path of salvation. I think we have to be really patient with people, kind of going back and forth a little bit on that, on whether they believe it's literally true or not, and being in different places with that.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
Folkways, it's interesting that you should sort of touch on the topic of philo-Semitism, because I've been today, the better part of today has been me spent writing an upcoming article on it, which should probably be posted up this weekend. But I mean, that is sort of, it touches on what we're talking about. I mean, the people who are in the United States, and this is really only prevalent in the United States among sort of the evangelical movement who forward philo-Semitism. This is related to this. This is part of this idea that a lot of these people believe that the Jews are still God's chosen people, which is just scripturally baseless. It's essentially heresy. Is essentially, if you look back at the church doctrine, it's a form of heresy because it basically says that everyone on earth must look to Jesus Christ and accept Jesus Christ's sacrifice for their salvation, except for Jews who are still under the old covenant, which is completely against what Scripture tells us. And it goes against everything that the early church fathers said. It is, and they call it dual covenant theology. And it is heresy, and it should be pointed out as heresy. But nobody's got the balls to do it because, of course, then you get accused of quote-unquote anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely grew up in that tradition where we believed that the Jews were still God's chosen people.
Oh, it's deified. It's deified. They're fetishized, and I mean, there are literally American so-called Christians who would be quite happy for all of the Christians in the Middle East to be wiped out if it meant saving the state of Israel. It's abominable.
Yeah, they could care less about Coptic or Orthodox Christians.
Well, exactly, and you saw this with Ted Cruz as well.
And that's partly because of this, because they're part of this kind of Protestant thing where they just don't. They look at them as pagans, basically. I mean, we often said that we called the Catholic Church. We didn't have much connection with the Orthodox Church in those days. That they were just,
yeah,
had basically kept the pagan traditions alive. So we thought of them as being apostate, and so and that's what a lot of these evangelicals, they could care less, and it's this real kind of Judaized Christianity.
It is, and I just hate listening to it. I saw a video of this presidential candidate Ted Cruz basically giving a presentation. Well, it was some sort of seminar on the Christian persecution in the Middle East, and he made his entire speech about the state of Israel. And when he was criticized for it, he denounced the Middle Eastern Christians who were present. It's
Wow.
beyond. I can't even imagine. Yeah, exactly. And you've got Christians today who are endorsing this guy and saying, "Oh, what a great advocate he'll be." No, not at all. And we need to look out for our own interests at the end of the day as Christians. I mean, we have no obligation towards the Jews whatsoever. No more than we have obligation towards the Sikhs or anyone else.
One of the jokes is I think that evangelical Christianity in the States makes up, what, 2% of Christian population of the world? I mean, it is
yeah.
almost Semitic-sized portion of the Christian family, and yet they basically have the guns behind them.
Yeah, which is odd because if you go back and look at Martin Luther, he definitely did not have the same take on the JQ.
No, I just Eusebius this morning neither. When I was listening. Yeah. Anyway.
And I mean, in Orthodoxy, we've got a long tradition of sort of warnings about the Jews, etc. You look back at people like Saint John of Kronstadt and others who've made statements concerning this. There's no. I think I'd say we are the least philo-Semitic church in the world. I'd say the Orthodox.
I know that the Catholic Church, didn't they used to be a bit more anti-Jew in the past?
Yes,
like
there was reconciliation after World War II. Yeah, after World War II, it changed. It changed under John Paul. Well, John Paul II basically changed. He basically did a formal apology for the Catholic, the supposed Catholic role in the Holocaust, which is what triggered it, essentially. Never, I think, apologized for the Catholic role in what went on in the Balkans towards Orthodox Christians, in Croatia in particular, but certainly apologized to the State of Israel and said that there was going to be now a new relation between Catholics and Jews. But prior to that, you can go back, I think 90% of the papacy, going back all the way in its history, 90% of popes have made statements which certainly would ruffle some feathers over at the ADL today.
Mm.
I remember reading on I think Countercurrents or one of those sites that there was actually a case in maybe like the 14th century in Italy where there were some Jews who murdered a young boy, and it was this big controversy. And then after World War II, I think that the boy was actually made a saint by the Catholic Church, and then after World War II, the Catholic Church declared that the Jews were actually innocent all this time or something. But there was actually a Jewish scholar who examined the evidence, and he concluded that yes, the Jews did actually murder this boy. They were guilty. So it's like there's a lot of bending over for the Jews. It's really amazing.
Look, and it's weird because I'm now getting criticism from both sides. People saying, "Oh, you're an anti-Semite," and other people saying, "Oh, you're a philo-Semite because you don't talk about them enough." So you can never really appease both sides. But I'm definitely a realist when it comes to the JQ. I'm just not a mentalist. These people who think that they're basically under the bed all the time and that it's all them. And if we just solved that problem there, then we wouldn't have any other problems. So I mean, those people are insane.
Yeah, that's my problem with some people on the alt-right. Like what you said, be realistic, but don't make it the whole center of everything. Because I think that's one area where I disagree with a lot of them is that too often their narrative seems to be that, well, the Jews did it. It's like their explanation for everything for some of these people. And like we can recognize what was done without blaming them for everything.
Yeah, they're not magic.
That's definitely true. Exactly, they're not
magic evil.
Yeah, Alexander Solzhenitsyn said on this question, he said, if only it was all so simple, if only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds and it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the dividing line between good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being, and who is willing to destroy his own heart? And this is really the thing that those people don't, and it's what they're covering for, and this is why they're so damaging, is that they are essentially saying that they're all people who are, all Occidental people are innocent. It's all this sort of foreign influence that is the problem. Whereas I think we know from our observations that there are a lot of people who are guilty who are essentially traitors and who need to be dealt with in that capacity. It's not all about, these external forces, these external enemies. And if you don't recognize that, then you're just being willfully blind.
Which is something I think we provide as Christians.
Yeah.
To this conversation, we provide a depth and a maturity, and I know that people will laugh when I hear that, but a depth and a history, a historical through line of thinking that's not, a lot of our siblings in this movement are sort of just brand new to the world in a way, right? To come into these realizations, whereas anyway, yeah, I mean, it does raise the question. I mean, what do we, how do we, what do we have to offer?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that's kind of ironic is that essentially all anti-Semitism in Europe historically has been Christian. It's been based on Christian authors, Christian texts, etc. Pagans haven't written anything condemnatory towards Jews that is of note. There's nothing really. I mean, they were they're troublesome people for the Roman Empire, but all of the stuff that these people base what they believe on was originated from Christianity. We were the sort of first to raise the JQ in a way.
We were born in it.
Hey, not to interrupt, but a quick question. How does my microphone sound?
Fine.
Does it sound more muffled than before? Because I had to turn on a fan because my laptop is getting overheated, I think, so I don't want it to die on me.
I'm not hearing any change.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure it sounds all right.
Cool.
Okay, so anybody else have a comment they wanted to add to the conversation?
I just wanted to ask Mark something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious. Yeah, I just find it. I've been struggling with or dealing with Christianity from birth, as I said, and for somebody to walk into it from outside, from a from the coveted place of just being born into the void, and
Oh, believe me,
at
it's
least
not coveted.
I mean that's sort of how we see it, right? If we only had a world, this is often the thing. If we only had a world
Yeah,
free of
yeah,
religion, everybody would be wonderful. So I mean,
yeah.
how?
John Lennon's dream.
So how was that process? And you seem quite devout. At least that's where you're. I mean,
Well, no,
how was
I
that?
never uphold my own piety. You know, I'm a flawed man at the end of the day, a very flawed man. But I don't know. For me, it was kind of strange because I came to it through a completely logical lens. I came to Christianity through apologetics,
Hmm.
not through, conversion. Really, nobody converted me or anything, nor a sort of, a dream or a miraculous event. It was just purely through argumentation that I came to think that, all right, this is more plausibly true than not. And then obviously I sort of began at this time, at the same time, in tandem, in parallel, the political changes were taking place for me, where I was sort of finding my true politics, and that sort of led me to looking into my heritage and stuff, and that kind of led me to this Slavic Orthodox background, and I sort of felt this, I guess you'd say, welling in the soul that I needed to return home in a sense, because since my ancestors had fled Russia, the tradition had essentially sort of been lost in the family line, and my parents certainly were not religious. So I picked up the baton, as it were.
Hmm. Hmm. Wow, that's a interesting story.
That's a very interesting comment because it leads me to another question I was hoping to discuss. Like, I guess we've all seen how the West has become more secularized in the last few centuries. Uh, but do you think that there is a revival of Christianity on the horizon, or?
Well, I mean, in the East, it's happening right now. I mean, at least I can speak for Russia. That from context that I've had there, and this is not just the articles that I've read and the stuff I've looked into on Russia in terms of demography, in terms of testimonials, but personal contact I've had with people who live there. Um, Things have definitely changed, obviously, since the Soviet era and then the Yeltsin era in the 90s. It is now in Russia very fashionable to be very much devout in your orthodoxy, which is completely reversed in the West. It's probably the most unfashionable thing you can possibly do in the West. So that's
Yeah.
a big change. And certainly in Romania, I mean, it didn't really ever need a revival in Romania or Poland because it never went away there, really. Those countries are extremely strong in their religious traditions, and even more so as the West kind of tries to impose these horrible ideas on places like Poland. The sort of the Catholic flag has become this kind of rallying point for Poles. It's a way to assert their identity and to say we are Poles. We are not, we're not some sort of soup that you can just order around and tell us what to do. We don't want abortion going on in Poland. And that's, I applaud that. I think that's a really positive sign. In the West, I don't know. Things look bleak. Obviously, is the outlook, but hope springs eternal, and I think it will. It depends how things go. I think the worse things get, the more likely it is, because I think it.
Yeah. I mean, I know that from my own background, we would say that we talk about trials, how God gives us trials, not just to
Mm,
not just to strengthen us, but more to like force us to rely on Him. So perhaps there will be more people turning toward God if they can't afford to be complacent anymore.
yeah, and I don't think we should necessarily be concerned with numbers. Look, all you need is a small population of extremely devout people who are willing to exercise themselves politically at the right time, and you can take control, and you can then begin to work on the rest. Um, and that's the point. I don't think that this is the thing about the reactionary philosophy, and a lot of people fail to realize is that this is not any kind of populist movement. It's not around to capture the hearts of the masses. That's just never been what reactionary thought has been about, because the masses are there to be manipulated. The masses are there to be controlled by the people who have the will and the know-how to do it. The problem is that the people we have now who are doing that are extremely evil people, I'd say. But all we need is a new elite, I think, and in general the people will come round, because people do, don't they? I think they follow sort of inspirational leaders, and I think we are coming through an age of spiritual decay to a time where the Occidental spirit will be once more sort of nourished, and I'd hope that it will, in the West, it will survive, that it won't become, I mean, the biggest threat and the biggest worry that people have is that it's going to become Islamic. So, I think we're all hoping that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, for sure.
I would look at it not so much as manipulated as, I mean, most people just want to do life, they want to.
Yeah. I mean, it's not in a horrible way.
life.
It's just in, if you ever try to appeal to everyone and do like a populist movement, it will eventually be sort of corrupted to the core. And this was the problem with the movements that were so-called rightist in the 1930s and stuff, is that they were populist. They were populist movements that appealed to the masses. They were not sort of in the tradition of Europe, which is an aristocratic tradition of, betters. It's not a kind of horrible sort of, we're going to exploit people. There's a difference between ruling people and exploiting them. And something that I mentioned in Ascending the Tower that Nicolas Gomez Davia, who was the Colombian Catholic reactionary, said was, the love of the people is the aristocrat's vocation. The Democrat only loves the people at election time, which I think is perfectly sums it up, really.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of good quotes from Davia.
He's notable for his aphorisms. He's got an aphorism for every occasion. He's a wonderful guy. It's a shame we don't have more from him. This is one of the problems that really sort of plagues the right, is that a lot of great authors remain largely untranslated. Because obviously, the places that do translation do not want to put out this material. But I'm hoping, Inner Traditions and Arctos publishing and things, I hope that we get more sort of texts put out in, to inform us of what great thinkers in countries that don't speak English have had to say on various matters that we care about.
Yeah, also on the subject of religious revival, I know some people have made the argument that religious people tend to have more children, so it's possible that they could just outbreed the non-believers.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to that argument. One of the problems is that those people then have their children basically sucked up by the academic system most of the time, and they become leftists. So obviously you have exceptions. The Amish have an extremely low dropout rate, but the Amish are sort of this weird Anabaptist sect that isn't interested really in interacting with the rest of society. So yeah, I don't know. The birth thing it's more pertinent in other countries, I think. This is one of the things that, interestingly, Israel is going to have to deal with, is the question of births, because the Jews there are being really outbred by the hardcore, black hats, as they call them.
Mm-hmm.
I think the retention rates among my tradition are really high among the LDS.
Yes.
We have very big families, so I see a lot of maybe like a glimmer of hope, or that large white Mormon families may add to keep the population of white traditional Christians going.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Mormonism could have conceivably, without the meddling of the other parts of the United States, set up a kind of kingdom with Utah, because that's the way it essentially operated for so long.
Yeah, it did.
And they still have that kind of structure behind it. It's a very much, if you go to Utah, it's really not like any other state that you go to. It just doesn't operate in the same way behind the scenes, even though on the surface it may look the same with the sort of same structures and things.
Yes. It's very frustrating for people who try to be in any sort of civil government positions who aren't LDS, because there is a lot of that I want to say backroom deals, but not in a negative sense, just in a sense of
No.
community, of people, people recognizing, oh, this is my bishop, this is my home teacher, these are people, these are leaders in my community, separate from my job as a in the government, or whatever they're doing, whether they're a mayor or on city council or something.
Yeah,
And
well, I'd agree with that.
yeah,
I totally agree with that. I think that's the way to go. It's religious homogeneity within a given society. That doesn't necessarily mean within a state, because there can be different societies within a state, and we've observed that in various countries that have had that. But I think within a society, as a sort of closed system, which is usually geographically defined, it should be religiously homogeneous. You shouldn't have people of different religions sort of ruling over you directly. The people you kind of interact with on a daily basis, such as, given the example, your local councillor or whatever, because it kills trust in the same way that, the ethnic divide would kill trust. And
right.
we want high trust in these communities. That's what makes them work. It's what makes them flourish. It's what stops them from breaking down. So you need that kind of homogeneity. It's all part of this sort of theist ideal. And everyone should read Free Northerners' article on nationalism, because it really sort of sets up.
Very good one.
Yeah, you read that, Ian?
Yeah, I did. I know what you're talking about.
It defines my view on the subject of nationalism perfectly. It says where we have disagreements with nationalism, and where we think that nationalism carries a kind of baggage with it which is incorrect. But essentially what people, I think, on the right like about nationalism is essentially what we like. It's the same thing. It's just that the label of nationalism has other connotations that maybe people don't consider that are problematic.
Yes, I wanted to add to the conversation of Christianity, and is it on the rise, or is it making a comeback, or that sort of thing. And just from my personal community online, which for a decade now has been very much like the mommy blogs and mommy bloggers, stay-at-home moms, I've seen over the past decade this it becoming very popular to become very traditional. And so a lot of those families seeking traditional faiths, particularly Catholicism, and at one point, the Mormon Mommy blog was a very popular phenomenon that was happening. Even feminists were reading them. They were just kind of like really attracted to this idea of traditional family and such. And I've seen the rise of the Catholic Mommy blog now, and with people in particular who are in their early to mid 20s, who are just getting married and having children, and they're looking into all of those different lifestyle aspects of having children and having a family. So they're talking about, oh, well, are we going to have our baby in the hospital? Are we going to have our baby at home? Are we going to vaccinate? Are we not? Or, what kind of parenting strategy we're going to do? And all these different questions that come up when you start parenting. Very much the question of faith has been coming up lately, and that's been really encouraging for me to see. A lot of families, or young families, saying, well, along with these other decisions we need to make about, are we in a private school or homeschool or public school, we also need to like a strong traditional faith to raise our children in. And there's been this very popular movement online amongst moms and stay-at-home moms. And the more popular the mommy blogs and that community have become very devoutly religious, very, very religious community of evangelicals and Catholics and Mormons. And so that's pretty inspiring to me. I think this generation coming up now, the people in their early 20s, are really rejecting this social justice warrior mantra that they've been raised with their whole lives. They've not really even known any different. It's been so popular for most of it, certainly their teen lives, and they're really rejecting it and looking for something traditional when it comes to raising their families. So I think that's a note of hope.
Yeah, it's a way of
Catholicity is definitely on the rise among these people. Most of the Reactosphere members that I've met are people who either left Catholicism early on and then came back, or they're converts from Protestantism and atheism. I mean, I'd say the majority of Christians in the Reactosphere are Catholics, from what I've seen. I mean, Ian, would you agree with that?
With what? That a lot of them are people who either are converts or
Yeah, they're largely Catholics, aren't they?
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of them.
Yeah.
Don't discount the Mormons, though, I have to say, because we're typically in hiding. I'm really out about being a Mormon and being kind of in the alt-rightish, reactosphere-ish area.
Well, I read Bruce
But
Charlton, who's very well known.
yes, right. But there's a lot of people, particularly on Twitter and YouTube, who contact me privately and say, "Well, I'm not really out about being LDS, but I am alt-right and LDS, or they're white nationalists leaning towards alt-right. One of those things that sort of is very close to that ideology.
It's
And
interesting.
they're also Mormon. So yeah, which is really funny because when I first started out, I thought, oh, I'm kind of like I'm a little bit lonely here. But a lot of people have been contacting me. The more times I give interviews or things like that, and mention that I'm LDS, I get people messaging me like, oh my gosh, I thought I was the only one. So I think a lot of us are in hiding though, because the culture of our church has become so multicultural. So I think the race thing is really difficult for us because, unlike other Christian churches, we have very strict scriptural and prophetic counsel on race, and
Oh
particularly
yeah.
on black people. But because we've been viewed as racist over the past few decades, and the Mormon Church has culturally tried to make themselves more palatable to the general public, there's this push from the church to from the public view of the church to make us, very multicultural. And we are, in that the church is growing rapidly in South America and Africa. So we definitely are becoming more multicultural in our membership at the same time. But there's this push to kind of like explain away our quote unquote racist past or our racist doctrine, although they've not put forth new doctrine that cancels it out. So basically they're kind of giving church commercials saying, well, we don't really believe this exactly anymore, or they're explaining it away, but they're not actually making that doctrine. And so the doctrine still stands, which is kind of a confusing thing. But at any rate, so I think there's this idea amongst my people, amongst the LDS, of really, really, really not wanting to come off as racist, or talk about race reality, but we know it's true, and we know it to be true from our doctrine, and so it kind of puts us in this awkward position, and so a lot of us are in hiding.
Yeah. I
But
think
a lot
one
of
of
us
the
are there.
it was one of the last churches to allow miscegenation, wasn't it?
Yes, right. And
Yeah.
we have our priesthood is open to any worthy. We have a different concept of the priesthood than like the Catholic Church does, but the holding the office of the priesthood is available to any worthy man over the age of 18. So most of the men who are active in our church hold what we call the priesthood and serve in different positions with that priesthood within our church, different callings within the church. And we only opened that up to Black people in the late 1970s. So fairly recent as far as most other churches go. And so that's still kind of a sore point, I think. And there's a lot of people, I think, still in the church who aren't quite sure about that, and how doctrinally sound it was to overturn that. But we still, like I said, in our scriptures, and particularly in our prophets and apostles for the past 150 years, have made great mention very specifically of where the African race comes from, what kind of people they are, and that sort of thing. And so anyways, it's an interesting dynamic, but I think in the reactosphere there's a lot more Mormons than you think.
Yeah, I think that the kids make you. I mean, suddenly you have this thing that you you want to give the most. It's not just something you just kind of want to do in some kind of messy way. So I think that's what happens. Whereas what inspired people maybe when we were becoming non-Christian in society was to do the non-Christian thing. That somehow was going to be the best thing for your kid. But now it's like, well, that's
Mhm.
kind of failed. We look into society and what kids are like, and we're thinking, well, maybe some structure actually might be. So I'm quite inspired by, and and in this whole conversation about men and women and roles and who's doing what, and who should be doing what and who should be leading. I think in this regard, women will lead, and then um, they will, decide what they want to do is, craft the best life they can for their children, because women have a greater connection to children than men do. So they're not going to just kind of be wanting to be kind of sloppy or messy about it. So I think the idea of returning to some kind of faith tradition is something they will really do, and with fervor. And then their husbands will just simply come along.
Yeah.
Because, at least to some degree, because it's yeah. So I'm quite encouraged when I saw that. Actually, the first time I saw a couple of, I think it was Ayla and a few other women, I thought, oh wow, I finally had this kind of like sense of relief that this wasn't just a bunch of guys who were pissed off about the world. This was actually
Yeah.
this is actually a movement that is full. It includes all of us, in a real way. And these women were being very intelligent about why they understood they weren't men, and why they shouldn't be, expecting to be doing certain things, but that they should be doing other things in the most excellent way possible. So I think that's
Disenchanted with feminism.
yes, as we all have been.
Yes, I think that the Western Church really needs to sort of fix its relationship with men. I think that over the past 30 years in particular, um, churches have really sort of feminized themselves and have tried to appeal to women. And I'm probably going to pen an article on this and maybe submit it to the authorsphere. That essentially I lay the blame in a lot of ways for the very sort of high male suicide rates that we talk about on the priesthood in the West, that has just completely abandoned men and given up on them and left them with really no place to turn for spiritual sustenance. And it's a disgrace. It's a travesty what the Western priesthood has become today, in its desperate attempt to sort of appeal to women in every way possible, and thus sort of abandon its masculine history. And this is what has led, I think, pagans to say that sort of Christianity has this feminine element. Well, it's really only in the last 30 years that we've seen that emerge. I mean, historically, Christianity has been a very sort of masculine, solar religion. It really has. You can't really call it anything else, because otherwise it wouldn't have the kind of patriarchal system which is so hated by the feminists who wish to tear down the church all the time, at every avenue, at every opportunity.
Yeah, it's a very. I just posted a link. It's in terms of that. It's a YouTube video somebody on my channel sent me as a comment, and it's this Anglican bishop from Manchester, and also a woman who, she might even be Jewish. Her name is Bauman, not Berman. And I mean, they're basically talking about 6 months into the refugee thing, and what are we doing, and where are we going, and his argumentation, and then her. I mean, it shows a total feminization. There is nothing manly about the conversation. And then that's really what my
Yes.
church has done, is it's only espousing the feminine virtues, and and to me, I mean, I break it down to, um, what do you do? Well, you invite people to dinner. And what do you do when they're at dinner? Well, you complain at your kids for being mean to them, for being rude at the table to your guests. And so we're
Yeah.
just perpetually inviting more people to dinner, and we're getting mad at our own kids for, being rude to the guests at the table, no matter how rude the guests are. Um,
Yeah.
you're responding to those you can chasten, which are your own kids, right, in a way. So
Yeah, there is definitely this kind of self-flagellation element to a lot of modern Western Christianity that sort of hates itself. I mean, I went to a talk recently that was, this sort of pop knowledge talk on religious conflict, given by an ostensibly Christian organization, and they endlessly went on about, oh, the Inquisition and the Crusades was so terrible, such horrible moments in church. And I just wanted to sit there and just, oh, I don't know. I don't know what to say, because not only does it betray this sort of self-hatred, but it also betrays a real sort of historical ignorance about what these things were about. And, shame on the church for not sort of correcting these people where obviously secular education has taught them wrong initially. The church just has no will to defend itself, to defend its illustrious history. It's an absolute joke to say that the majority of the Crusades were these sort of horrible, offensive, violent things that Christianity did. It was absolutely a joke. They were defensive wars for the most part. That's not to say that horrible things didn't happen. I mean, we had the sacking of Constantinople at the end, but they were instigated for purely defensive measures after almost centuries of attack by hostile outside forces that went unanswered and had to be answered at that point.
Yeah, look at us now. I mean,
Yes.
that time of expansion during colonization, but typically, you have to poke us a long time before we respond. We are left.
Yeah, I think by our nature, I think Occidental people we're not, quick to anger as some other groups are very quick to anger.
Yeah, but we do come off. I think we must. I mean, bringing it to the racial thing, just real quick. I think how we appear to them, I guess, is really what it is. I mean, I think we appear that kind of calmness and appears as just a savage arrogance to them. Like they really just despise our disposition. There's a lot of just anger about who we are, what we are, what we're like, what our disposition is.
From who would you say?
Africans, everybody else.
Yeah,
Mexicans
I don't know. I
the
think
mestizos seem to have it.
yeah, for a lot of people, I think it's just a general reaction of here's a weak culture, let's take them for all they've got. Is a reaction of a lot of these people. I'd say there are certain groups which definitely do have an extremely hostile attitude towards us. And, one of them is the Semitic group, which really seems to hate us quite a lot. And you've got to distinguish again, like Africans from African Americans, which are different. Africans just largely they just want our money. They don't, they don't necessarily want to be.
Money.
Yeah, I mean they like the UN because it showers them with money, or at least it showers their elites with money. It never really filters down to the people, but I think it's a different dynamic in the United States because you've got all this entire grievance industry with Al Sharpton and the whole history there. It's a different dynamic. Those, needless to say, I think if those people in America today were repatriated back to their ancestral homeland, they wouldn't survive very long.
Right.
Some of them. Others would rise to the top, I think.
Like Rachel Dolezal.
Transracial reality.
It's coming, folks.
I know this is completely off topic, but you're talking about Africans and how their leaders enjoy getting money from the UN and all these globalist organizations.
Yeah.
But I have actually heard that there are some intellectuals in Africa who kind of see it for what it is, that it's just basically handouts that are not helping them, and that, like, I remember reading that there was this, I think it was an African woman actually, who had said she wishes that the West would stop sending aid to Africa because basically it just ends up in the hands of these warlords or whoever, and it doesn't really help the people, and it's preventing them from actually taking charge of themselves and their own country. So there are maybe a few Africans out there who really see what's going on, but nobody listens to them.
Yeah, and the other thing is that increasingly the money is being used for a form of cultural imperialism. Essentially, you see this in Uganda when they tried to change the laws there concerning, the sodomy question. And right. The West went absolutely schizophrenic and it was like, we're going to cut off aid. They really resent that. They absolutely resent this attempt to impose upon them. I don't know. It's difficult to sort of talk about because it's not just warlords. It's politicians and things that in Africa that make a lot of cash off this foreign aid is sort of boondoggles from the West. Investment in various projects, power, waste,
water, and things like that that are usually just exploited, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, essentially, and they make a lot of money off it.
Yep. I guess part of having a low trust society that people will always give themselves the upper hand if they can.
Yeah.
without thinking.
Yeah, we had that with the First Nations people here in Canada for a while, where it seems to have corrected. The next generation is actually quite more astute. A lot of them have gone to school and whatnot. But there was a time there where basically the money was going to chiefs who were basically just taking it, stealing the money, and not using it for the community at all. But they've actually come around quite a bit in terms of their ability just to manage their affairs, which is kind of interesting. When you talk about reaction or you talk about alt-right, I don't think people realize how generous in many ways are towards all kinds of people. You know, we got this. People have this idea that we're the stingy ones. We're just a bunch of capitalists and we want to take everybody's stuff, and that's right view. Or we just, if you don't have, tough on you. But I mean, around here, I think about the Native or the First Nations people, and there's, they got a few reserves here and there, kind of smattered around. I mean, my vision would be that they would get much more land, and I think their reserves would grow so that they could actually engage in indigenous life, somewhat also sympathetic with industrial society. On the margins, they would be involved in exchange and trade with us, and at the core, they could live a very authentic indigenous life, which many of them still do. They hunt, they fish, it's disrupted as could be, but they really need more territory to engage in the kind of living that would allow them to become healthy again. They're healthier.
Well, someone asked me on Ask FM, what I'd do about the situation in the US, and I said I'd basically say, look, you've got three issues. You've got Aztecs, as we like to call them, and African Americans, and then Native Americans, obviously. And the thing is that the Aztecs can all go back to their South American countries. They're not any different culturally, so they can just be sent back to there. I'd give something like California to all the African Americans and give Nevada to the Native Americans and say, and I think they should just solve the problem. You'd have to repatriate a lot of people out of those states and then patriate a lot of people into those states. But at that point, you just say, look, take this land and do what you will with it. If you want to turn Nevada into a giant, international casino, go ahead. If you want it to be sort of a tribal land of a little like your ancestors, go ahead. We don't mind. We're not begrudging you anything. We just want, you to have your own space where you can do as you will and leave us the hell alone, I guess, is the kind of point.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have any ill will towards people. I think that's one of the things that people really get wrong about reactionaries, is that in the general, I mean, we have ill will towards people who can be found and be tried for doing bad things. People who have committed, I call them crimes against tradition, essentially. People who have actively tried to hurt us and tried to degrade our culture and corrupt our culture. But in general, in terms of groups, I wish every ethnic group on the planet the best. I really do. I think that Africa would benefit from if it stopped trying to be like the UN wants it to be like Europe, be like Latin America, if they stopped having these sham democracies over there and just lived as they did prior to the European arrival, and let them live like that. That's how they were meant to live. It's what they enjoy most.
And we can't bear to watch that process when it does happen. When they start.
Well, we don't have to watch it. Who needs to send a reporter over there to report on this stuff? I don't need to see this. I have no interest in it. Why aren't we focusing on our own people? And even if you did have to watch it, I mean, I have no problem with it. Yeah, they want to. Okay, there are some things over there that are morally objectionable. I find that the process of excision on little girls to be extremely distressing to think about that they do that. But it's not our business, and this is the hard thing that reactionaries have to sort of get over, is that even if there are moral, horrible moral things going on in the world, the reactionary view of international relations is that it's not our place to go into other cultures and tell them how to operate themselves. It's just not, and we'll bring further calamity on our heads by doing so. So,
Yeah,
keep your head down, focused on what you're doing, focus on your culture, focus on, take the, what's that biblical saying? Remove the log from your own eye is the thing. That
yeah,
we often, we'll look at other cultures and say, there's a horrible barbaric practice going on here. But our efforts would be better spent on, what's wrong in our own societies. What problems do we have to work on? Because at the end of the day, we improve things for other people. It doesn't really affect us too much. Whereas, if we focus on our own problems, we have a shot at having a better life.
yeah. When I said we, I didn't mean us. Politically, I meant the West in general.
Mm.
It's somebody's doing something bad to somebody. We have to deal with that. It's just none of our business. If they need to even start, and there would be some just really uncomfortable readjustments of power if we were to extricate ourselves from there, and there will
Yeah,
be
but it has to
and
happen.
that
It has
we
to
we
happen.
we've already been through that process. We've already gone through that process
Mm.
in Europe, where we did genocide each other back before there were as a UN or reporters to report it. We've done that already, and that process is just. And what do you do when you go in? What are you actually accomplishing um, by stopping this kind of tribal warfare and stuff? You're
Yeah.
in
Never
many.
seek to extinguish all conflict and evil in the world. It's foolish to think you could ever do that. And this is one of the disagreements between the realist school of international relations and the liberal school of international relations. It's down into the fundamentals. The liberal basically thinks that the evil in the world is the product of institutions. It's because there are evil institutions all around the world. And if they're institutions, well, we can fix them. We can tear them down. We can destroy them. But the reactionary, the sort of realist view, is that no, it's not really institutions that are evil. It's just people, and people in general are evil, and therefore, if you want to really eradicate evil from the world, kill everybody. that's that's the only solution. We have to learn to live with a degree of evil, and not go chasing dragons and think that it's. Just, I'll tell you what it is. It's essentially thinking that you're God, because only God will vanquish evil in the end. We won't. Man will not. And to do so it's an act of, I think, one of the worst examples of pride I can think of. That you would think that you would go around the world and eradicate evil and build this kind of utopia. And that's the liberal vision, is that we'll have a utopia. But as we've seen over and over again throughout history, the utopias they create are always dystopias. They're the worst places imaginable. I mean, look at what the communists did. They tried to build utopia in this egalitarian vision and unleashed hell upon societies from Cambodia to Russia to Cuba. So we know the history of that. The What's the old saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I think that
Right.
was Marx. I heard that was Karl Marx.
Yes,
It's
I
actually
wrote.
Pope Benedict was one of the first people who really woke me up. One of his early encyclicals was basically on that, why utopias are impossible, and he basically said it's freedom of will makes utopias impossible. So let's say even for a week you get a utopia together. Well, somebody along the way begins to act against the utopia. Even if you could actually create a non-horrific utopia. So yeah, there is just choice will always make it possible for things to fall apart. And it's funny how they're very dedicated to this, this kind of university anarchist kind of thing about it's all about education, the total blank slate. It's all about, and even this video I posted, she's basically, it's just all about if these people just get to go to school and if, right? It's just, it's just so
Yeah,
naive. It's
I
just
know.
so naive, and there's no, proof of that. They look at, they're happy with 10% success rates.
Yeah,
And this kind of brings up a problem. With this where Christianity is a problem within not our movement, but why we're facing these things about a certain kind of Christianity, is that Christians are used to hoping for things that don't come about, and they're
mm,
used to pouring hope into impossible situations, right? We're
Yeah.
whether it be the kingdom of God or heaven or whatever. And I even got this from my priest when I was complaining about our sponsoring of a Syrian refugee family. Not complaining about that, because as an isolated event, of course, it seems fine. But I was talking to him about it in the broader kind of geopolitical problems of multiculturalism and the dissolution of the West and so forth. And there's this, so we're able to hope against all failure, and we are satisfied with marginal success. And somehow that's been adopted into this kind of SJW thing, where they just always want to look at the sunshine and kittens examples and ignore the lion's share failure of the project.
They always have an anecdote ready.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this woman had. She had, she had whatever his name, Abu or who, whatever, right? She had some example of some kid who, and he was all happy now and his life was better. Well, of course his life's better. He's living in London and he's being coddled by the state. What does that even mean? You could take some poor kid, English kid, and do the same for him, and then also have a heart-wrenching story about him. It's not heart-wrenching, but heartwarming story about his success. I mean, of course, you're creating the conditions, the artificial conditions to bring about a success, and now you're saying, here's an example. Therefore, this can be universalized. This is exactly how they think, and unfortunately, like my church, my very soft Marxist church operates on this same kind of GUI, which we didn't before. I mean, Malthus was an Anglican priest. We weren't always so soft-headed and large-hearted. Anyway.
So why do you continue to go to that church, if I may ask?
Because the worship, I trust the Mass.
I see. Okay.
And it's authentic. Other than the input, sometimes in the homily, depending on who's preaching, the priest there that I love and respect, he's very much he's softly on our side, but he's too deep in it to really come full bore. But and then sometimes in the prayers for the people are written by this real 60s trained, he's in his 80s now, priest, but very much he's even though he's an Anglican, he's very much post-Vatican II kind of priest. But I mean, in terms of at times when the church does go through downturns, I mean, I don't think you just jump ship, and that's that's kind of a modernist kind of thing. Well, I don't like it, so I move. I am thinking maybe of trying the Orthodox Church, but my own personal life has been kind of a bit messy. I've had divorces and stuff, so I'm not sure where and maybe I'm okay with that, and I'm actually okay with being single the rest of my life, and maybe that's an acceptable thing. It's actually something in the back of my mind because it seems to be a church that has its head screwed on straight. They may not even count my baptism as the Anglican Church has, so I may be just totally green and be able to go in there as a total restart.
Yeah, I mean, it's not without its liberal elements. I mean, in the West, certainly there are Orthodox, so-called authorities who are at least somewhat leaning on the liberal side, but in Eastern Europe, it's just completely unheard of. I mean, the church is an institution of reactionary thought, I'd say. If you go to the priesthood, certainly in the Russian Orthodox Church, the majority support reinstituting the Tsar. Which is unthinkable in Western churches to think that they would be in support of monarchy. But that's just the case. I mean, in a growing population of the Russian population is actually becoming more sort of czarist. It's very much disillusioned with democracy in Russia, I think, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm on the mailing list for my church, and I remember one time the priest was made a reference to the royalists among us. So I think that there probably are some American Orthodox believers who are monarchist in some way.
Oh yeah, well the church has always been. It's at the heart of, really, I mean, look at the Bible. It says render unto Caesar, not render unto your nearest democratically elected representative. It's right.
it's part of, it's really our history. They didn't know or have any conception of democratic rule, at least not, certainly not in any positive way. Um, you know, it's, if you look at Christian history is the history of Occidental monarchy, continued on from the Roman era. Our civilization has always really been that way. I mean, you have little experiments. If you go to Greece and you look at the democratic period in Greece, or the Roman Republic before it became the Roman Empire, but these are anomalies, and usually, you look into them and they certainly are not quote unquote liberal democracies. They don't operate in the same way that our current ones do.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that on the subject, I think that I was thinking about the fact that we refer to Christ as our king. We don't refer to him as a president, because it implies that his legitimacy is not derived from the will of the people, but because he is rightfully the king.
Yeah.
So
Well, this was an interesting thing that I read on I don't know if you know the site All Along the Watchtower.
I'm not sure.
It's got a sort of variety of Christian writers, and this guy was writing, I think he's in England, and he was writing about, he went to some kind of Anglican thing, some confab that they had with another church, and a woman who, I can't remember, I think she may have been from or no, maybe she was an Anglican, because obviously now they have sort of females in priestly positions, and she was saying that the kingdom of God will be a democracy. And I just thought, and he obviously, this guy was pointing out that this woman was clearly insane, but I mean, I was pointing out that this is heresy. This is heresy beyond imagination. I mean, what are you actually saying if you're saying that the kingdom of God will be a democracy? You are saying then that the opinions of men are equal to, in weight, the opinions of God. That is essentially equating man to God, which is just rank heresy. And I said to him, you should have just stood up and immediately denounced this woman as of the devil, essentially, because that's what they're doing. You have to look. You hear these things sometimes, and sometimes it's not really clear. What they're saying. You think maybe there's an interpretation that you could give it, but no. Other times it is just what they're saying is purely against Christianity and Christian teaching, and they're still masquerading as Christians. And that is really one of the things that I think Christianity needs to get a grip on, especially in the West, is pointing out these people and not allowing them to use the name of the faith in an abusive way, which is really what that woman was doing and what other people are doing when they profane the religion, which is far worse than the things that Muslims, for example, say. It's far worse when you have a so-called Christian who is saying these things.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
It comes. Sorry.
No, go on. I didn't mean to. You have something to say. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say. I mean, it comes from. This is the problem of the waning of faith, of the being able to assent to the veracity of the faith. This is what comes of that. So then it becomes merely a kind of spiritualized thing that you can begin to shape and remodel as you please. That's what I was saying before. I mean, there was a movement in the early 19th century, I think Chesterton was part of this, called neo-orthodoxy, where you just simply live in the story of the gospel and of the church as if it were true. Whether you can, assent to it, from a scientific way or not is kind of irrelevant. It is the church, and this is what the church has always been. So we live in this story. I mean, it's a good way to open the door for people to come in, I think, because I mean, this is a big problem, is just belief, right? Two issues here. One is people coming in, but then they come in and then they just think, well, it's just kind of a spiritualized social work, spiritualized club, so we can start adding things. I just heard somebody talking about making Islamanity or something, or Christian, where they basically
You mean like a mesh?
Yeah, they came in. They let these kind of SJW people in their church, and the next thing they wanted to do is make a merging of Christianity and Islam. Just make
Chrislam.
Chrislam, that's what it was. Yeah. Chrislam.
And so beyond. This is just beyond me.
Yeah, and there was an Episcopal church woman, a priest, who was practicing both faiths at one point too.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
or
so
both. Both.
dangerous to your spirituality just to be in even proximity to these horrible people.
I know, I know. So it's very, but um, it comes in the West because we lost uh, faith in it, and I think that that's
Yeah,
what needs to be reasserted. Is that it needs to be reasserted that it holds true through your, as Ayla was talking earlier, through your waverings, right? It needs to just be something solid. I mean, the Orthodox Church, I think, talks about the Mass as a ship or something, that it carries you. It's this thing that is consistent and that it carries you through because you yourself are a wavering human being. You are not forever something. You are always changing, and yet it's there, carrying you personally through time and carrying the whole community through time.
yeah,
And it opens up spiritual doorways for you to enter that not surrendering to the discipline of it simply doesn't allow you to. If you were changing the thing every time you change, you're completely misunderstanding what discipline means, what obedience means, and what that teaches. And that is a teaching that takes years to learn. It's not, oh, I'm kind of bored trying that. I tried that for 3 weeks, and I'm just not working for me. It's just the inability to place yourself within a real spiritual discipline. This seems to be what people just this generation. Um, some of the better theologians in our church and other churches are saying basically, the great forgetting, essentially. We have in the West simply forgotten things, so you don't even know they're missing, and you don't even know to look for them anymore because you forgot. They are just simply forgotten. I don't think they can't not be refound, and I think some of us are beginning to refound them. I just see, people coming to traditional faith late, after being born into the void. I mean that's obviously a symbol that, or an indication that this can happen. But this is the problem with the West, having forgotten it, and then you have these people in the church that are managing it from this position. They don't want to be too hard. They don't want to stand up for traditional marriage because, well, then we're going to be excluding people, and we're already suffering enough. Our numbers are already low enough, and every time they make these concessions, the numbers get less and less because who cares about the thing?
oh,
What's the
yeah.
point of it? It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything um, real, tangibly, or solid spiritually to offer.
Yeah,
All right.
this pisses me off. I'll just say that right now because, I think of the people in the Middle East and in Egypt, etc., who are challenged far more than any of these churches in the West, and do not waver. On penalty of death. They do not waver from anything, from any of their doctrinal points. And you have these weak, pathetic priests in the West who will they'll roll over at the slightest pressure, the slightest, being called a name by some official or some media personality or some organization like the SPLC. It's pathetic, and you should really one thing I've done is I've sort of challenged myself, and I've watched the execution videos from what's been going on in the Middle East. I watched the beheadings that took place on the Libya beach of I think it's 21 Copts who were kidnapped by the Sirte branch of ISIS. So I watched the full unabridged version of it, and it really
Yeah.
gives you a sense of what this actually means. And I think because remember, the early Christians witnessed martyrdom all the time. And I think people should challenge themselves to watch that. And then it'll give you a new lease when you see things like these churches that are so weak and subservient and so easy to roll. It's a testament to those Middle Eastern Christians and that they've kept this faith for so long and have weathered every storm, really.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of the story of
Ayla's
in
been silent for a
Sweden.
long
There
time.
was recently. Oh, sorry. What?
Oh, no, 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 sorry. I just said Ayla's been silent for a long time. Maybe she's parenting.
Yeah, maybe, but
Yeah, she might
she's
be.
welcome to come back if she's.
No, I am parenting. You're totally right. I was making dinner for my family, and then I just finished eating dinner with my family. But we were listening to you guys the whole time. I'm
Oh, you're
loving the
kidding.
conversation.
Well, hello.
So you just had
Hello,
an
y'all.
audience of 3 little boys and 2 little girls for a little while there.
Oh, nice. I was very jealous the other day. I saw one of your posts and your kids dressing up for church. It just reminded me so much of when my kids were young, or when we were taking them to church. There's just something holy about Sunday morning. That's just
Oh
quite
yeah, it's
quite
the best
beautiful.
time of the week. It is just as seeing them get in their little clothes, and sometimes we walk to church, sometimes we drive, but it's just such a magical thing to just be in that place. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it's important. It's a way of just setting the week and saying this. It's a real these rituals. They're very important. Anyway, you were saying, Ian, I think.
Oh, I was just saying, based on what we were talking about, that I was remember that news story recently about in Sweden. There was this, I guess she was like a minister, and she's also a lesbian, and she was like trying to welcome Muslims by taking down crosses or something like that. It's like this is just like the height of cuckery. I mean,
Yeah, definitely. Sweden is the worst case. I really can't think of a nation that has it worse than Sweden does. Sweden is. I would not be surprised if by the end of the century Sweden has ceased to exist as a nation. Really,
it's sad, but I agree.
they are totally cucked. They are so cucked. It is unbelievable.
Yeah. I don't know. You see some people starting to be squeezed out of that. I mean, I think the only reason people carry on is because of the surplus of the economy and the fact that it isn't actually really happening right in their backyard yet, so they can kind of pretend that it's not happening. But as it gets closer, I think people are still people. I mean, we might be able to be brainwashed into accepting things that don't really smack us in the head. I mean, you can say, I mean, if you look at the stats, the rape stats, and all the problems, you can say, yeah, of course. But it'll obviously, I mean, when things really get close to the bone, people respond. I mean, I don't see us as quite that hopeless and cowardly. I think our men will begin to stand up when when there is no other option.
But will there be any?
The problem will be numbers. The problem will be numbers. Are there enough numbers? Oh, there's the golden one. he's he's channeling Thor hardcore. So who knows?
Well, they have compulsory dress like a girl days in Sweden for sort of kindergarten age boys. So I don't know if you could describe many of what those are going to grow up to be as men, really.
They really have this?
Yes. This was something I read about a little while ago. This was to sort of promote the whole idea of children not really having a gender and being allowed to sort of choose their gender.
God, it's society run by it's the loony bin running society.
Yes.
On the other hand, people can respond very angrily to that. I mean, at some point, you wake up. It doesn't corrupt everyone. Sometimes it just makes you angry. It might just be the source of fury.
Yeah, well, the problem is in those countries it's all compulsory. Is you don't have what you've got in the United States, which is you can take your child out of school quite easily, can't you?
Yeah.
Whereas there, I mean, there's now a recent sort of blow up. I think it's actually in Norway, not Sweden, about a Romanian Christian family that was there, and they were. It wasn't even that they were homeschooling. Their child went to school and mentioned the sort of the Christian teachings that he'd been given at home by his Romanian parents, and the state kidnapped him essentially. And this is a thing that's been occurring a lot in Nordic countries, is that the state will just kidnap your children. And it's now sort of a diplomatic incident, and Romania is asking them to release this boy, and then they're sort of refusing and saying that what the parents are doing is abuse. And it's just insane that the governments and I know a lot about this because I studied a whole case of something similar in Sweden, which was about homeschooling, of a father who had his, I think, 8-year-old boy snatched by the government, and over sort of years he wasn't allowed to see him for years and years, and over those years they sort of turned him completely against his father, and it's heartbreaking to read. It was really tragic.
Wow.
Wow, that's just so disgusting.
I mean, the thing about those Nordic countries is they're extremely secularized too. Like they almost take pride in not being religious.
Yeah, they
They
are.
got their pet religion there with Islam, though. I guess. I mean, it's not like they're going to be abducting kids being raised in
Well,
Islam.
yeah, yeah.
Muslim kids.
Well, that's the history of. I mean, if you go back and look at the Balkans, when the Balkans was under the rule of the Ottoman Empire, they would routinely basically kidnap children. They turn them into Islamic soldiers called janissaries.
Hmm.
We have problems with that in the United States, though, too. I mean, we do have the freedom to homeschool. Each state is different on its regulations, but I'm a homeschooling parent, and not participating in the public school system still does bring a lot of scrutiny. And we have a thing called Child Protective Services that does get involved quite
Yeah,
with families and takes children. And there's most homeschooling families have to belong to like a legal defense fund, so that if Child Protective Services shows up on their door, they immediately have a lawyer to call, because there's been numerous incidents of children being taken simply for homeschooling. And then also up in Washington State, there was a case about 10 years ago of a family that lost their son because they went to church 3 times a week, and that was considered excessive. And the court system actually removed their son. I think he was like 14 or 15, from their custody. I don't remember how long I think they eventually did get him back, but I don't remember how long they had him. But the court system did remove him for a time, simply for attending church 3 times a week. Which, I mean, for me, we go to services on Sunday, and then we have youth events throughout the week. So my family is easily at church 3 times a week. On an average week. So anyways, we're not as secular in the United States, and we do quote unquote have a little bit more freedom than Scandinavia does currently, but we still have to really watch ourselves closely. We have to be very, very careful.
yeah. And I think there was a horrible incident in Massachusetts, wasn't there? That wasn't to do with homeschooling, but it was parents who had their child see some doctor, and he diagnosed her with something, and then the treatment made the child worse, so they went to another doctor, and then the previous doctor had the Child Protective Services take the child away, and the child was literally dying in the care of the government. And I think they got them back eventually, but that was just awful to read about.
They did. They lost her for 2 years, and
it's gross,
and I think she was aged I think it was like 15 to 17, so super crucial years that you just can't get back. They changed so much during that time, and that poor little girl had such a good strength of spirit, though, and she never turned against her family, even though they tried to. But she could see that she was very sick under the state care, and she had been under her parents' care. But we have absolute medical tyranny in the United States as far as what we are allowed to do with our children, and how really careful we have to. I mean, if we don't go to well baby visits and well checks, I mean, we get letters, from the government in our mailboxes, and it's always a fear. I mean, for me, we don't participate in every single thing that you're quote unquote supposed to do medically. And so it's a fear. If we do have to go to the ER, it's like emergency room, we have to say, okay, how much are we going to actually tell them? How honest are we going to be? Because we don't really have the freedom to do that. The medical practitioners here, doctors and such, they can just seize your child at the drop of a hat. And they took an Amish girl about a year ago who was pursuing an alternative treatment for leukemia, and the state attempted to seize her, but her family fled, was actually supported by the Amish community financially, and they were able to leave the country and then work out a deal via their lawyer to come back into the country later. But it's really bad. That's one of the ways that the United States government gets around some of our freedom of speech and our other laws of freedom is that they will say, well, you're endangering your children. So even with our right to possess guns and so forth, it's gotten to the point where with our new Obamacare system, one of the things that they'll do is they'll ask children when they go to the doctor, they'll interview children separately from their parents and say, well, do your parents have guns in the house, and how many guns do they have, and do you ever see your parents go out and shoot the guns, and things like that. And so then if they determine, well, you own too many guns, or you're taking your child shooting on the weekend or hunting or something, maybe that's dangerous, and there's no oversight committee for our Child Protective Services, so they basically do whatever they want.
And this is I mean, getting into a broader topic, this is what I don't understand about quote unquote conservatives with a big C, is that they're all gung ho about the founding fathers and things and the revolution and the installation of democracy in the United States, and it's all supposed to be about small government, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But please name me an English king who would have come into your home and told you and asked your child about what you were doing. You know, it's just insane. The amount of tyranny that the United States exists under today, it
Yes.
dwarfs anything that any monarchy in history has ever imposed upon anybody.
Yes.
Because monarchs just are not interested in, it's kind of blunt, but really this is the thing. Everyone says that if you have an authoritarian ruler, they try to grab all the power. But no, I mean, if you have a right authoritarian ruler, they don't really care. If you pay taxes, they're not going to spend taxes on a Department of Education. They're not going to spend taxes on an environmental protection agency. They'll spend it to build a palace or something nice like that. If somebody asked me, what would you rather be taxed for? Would you rather be taxed for a palace, or would you rather be taxed for child protective services? Give me the palace any day. Please spend my tax dollars on a Taj Mahal or something. Don't spend something on something that's just invasive. The so-called free state, the modern free state, which is there to safeguard all of our liberties, which were so trampled upon in ages past, of course, we know, is the thing that is trampling on people's quote-unquote rights more than any other system that has ever existed, really.
Oh yes, definitely, definitely, and it's so much more evil, I should say, because it is so it's hidden behind these other systems, like the Environmental Protection Agency, which can come and seize your land because you have a pond and they've decided there's a water crisis and therefore your pond belongs to them, or Child Protective Services, or these other agencies that are not regulated at all. There's no oversight. But people look at the laws or the Constitution, or what the founding fathers said, or et cetera, and they say, well, no, we live in a free country, and we do have much more freedom of speech than a lot of other countries in that respect. And I do appreciate that, because I do have European friends who can't be very open online about certain things because of that. But
Well, yeah, Germany especially is now just
yeah.
they've got China internet now. They've blocked everything on Facebook and Twitter that could be deemed offensive to anybody.
Yes. Well, and they do that to a point here. I mean, they just try to be sneaky about it because we're supposed to be the land of the free. But I think it was Millennial Woes who was saying that he posted something on a private Facebook forum a little while back about, well, we need to deport Muslims, and they suspended his account for a day. And so, it's little. It's like, okay, well, that's not exactly Chinese style internet censorship, but it's like it's a backdoor into that. When they start doing little things that chip away at our freedoms of expression.
Yeah, this is the thing. People think that when the state doesn't actively control the means of communication, that it's free, but it's not, because who is Mark Zuckerberg? Who are these people who control these private online networks that are used by a huge amount of people, the majority of people, you might even say? They're adherents to the new state religion, which is the cult of progress. They're essentially, I mean, this is who these people are. These people are the new priests of our world. They will monitor what we do and say. But the thing is that the way they monitor it is in a way that is directly designed to disadvantage us, to silence us, to prevent us from acting against our own destruction.
And we're not. It's like we're run. It's interesting you brought that up, because I just typed myself a note. We're run by a kind of sect. It's a godless sect, and we're not part of that cult. We and so when it was the church, at least there was some way of saying, possibly of making complaint in the church, because the king was in the same cult that you were in, that the magistrate, that everybody was in the same cult, right, at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas here you have these people, I don't even know what they believe. I don't even know their doctrines. They're constantly making new ones up all the time.
Well, yeah,
they're part of this world. As soon as they say something, it's as if it were true for all time. As if the confidence in their own dogma is what I find just sometimes I just don't. It catches me off guard. It's like, because I tend to be sucked in. If somebody speaks clearly as if they believe what they're saying, I kind of tend to Maybe it's this,
Yeah.
this type of society, this evolutionary adaptation. But yeah, we are run by this cult of people who don't actually play their hands out. They assume you should just be on board because this is progress and it's true and it's right, and they have
Mm.
everybody's best interest at heart, and they're just trying to, because they believe that human beings are infinitely plastic, and all you have to do is teach them something new and they'll become something different.
Yeah.
So this is really, really, really a problem. I mean, and this is where I think maybe we who come from this longer standing tradition of Christianity have to offer to the right, to the alt-right, is that we actually have, even me and my kind of failed church in many ways, maybe there is still this long-standing tradition, and some at least kind of romantic notion of connection through time, of just,
Yeah.
there is something else here. There is something, a long-standing conversation, a long-standing relationship of people in relationship to spiritual matters and social matters and political matters.
Mm.
Whereas this cult that was born, 3 decades ago, that now governs us all. I mean, I suppose it's really kind of emerges from Marxism and cultural Marxism, and then it's constantly transforming itself, but it's becoming more and more tyrannical, and it's always tyrannical, right? It's quite bizarre, and yet, like, I mean, they can steal your children. They feel good about that. They are so convinced of their own uh, righteousness. I call them vicious do-gooders in one of my videos.
Mm. It's a puritanical, ever metastasizing, dogmatic cult, and we've seen just in the past year how it can metastasize so quickly that it can actually swallow its own. I mean, I'm sure you heard about the sort of riots in Mizzou,
Yeah.
these universities, where the sort of lily white school deans were being accused of racism, and you know that these guys have not got a racist bone in their body. These are the most politically correct, university types that you can imagine, but they had failed to keep up with the new dogmas. And if you don't, then yes, you are a bigot. This is the thing about conservatives, is that conservatives are also a member of this cult of progress, whether they realize it or not. They're just a few iterations back. They're not up to date yet on the latest dogmas of this secret cult which runs our society. It's very much religious. We don't have secularism. Secularism, as I've always said, is a myth. It's used to distract people. It's the illusion of neutrality, that the state is neutral, that we don't favor anyone. But really, in the background, it's religious in nature. It's performing all the functions of religion. It has its heresies. It has its blasphemies. It has its things you can't say against it, and it has its puritanical sort of inside purges. And this is why it keeps changing, is that it constantly questions itself. It constantly says, well, actually, maybe that was racist. This is how it goes back a lot further than cultural Marxism. It goes all the way back to the Enlightenment.
It's Protestantism.
Yeah, I mean, that's a controversial sort of theory, that it's rooted in Protestantism. I always just go back to
the idea of rejecting, coming up with a new doctrine that is the absolute truth, and you reject what came before.
Yeah, and many neo-reactionaries have linked the two. They've said that really it's the Protestant Reformation that begins this decline, essentially. But I trace it back to the Enlightenment, because you have, with the French Revolution, the cult of reason, which is where this sort of thing, the only time I believe that it's really outwardly manifested itself in something that we could see, is this French cult of reason, that they were going to enshrine reason in society. And they even, I think there was some ritual in the temple, in the church, they basically really did enthrone upon the throne of God a woman with, who was supposed to be the goddess of reason. Yeah, and this is what we have today. This is where it's come from, and it's metastasized to this point. And you can see in today how the founding fathers, who were disciples of that school of thought, are now condemned as, evil, racist slaveholders. And no doubt the people, if this cult lasts another 100 years, and I hope to God that it doesn't, that the people today who are, the most progressive, they will be condemned as, oh, look how backward they were, look how bigoted and horrible they were, because who knows what doctrines are going to emerge in the coming years. We can speculate on them. We've already seen this movement to normalize pedophilia.
Yeah.
that's probably going to be sort of a new dogma coming up. So it's ever moving. It's always moving forward, and faster, it seems. It's changing much faster and faster these days. I mean, look at the advance of gay marriage.
Salon Magazine seems to be the oracle.
Yes, Salon Magazine, that wonderful publication that definitely shouldn't be burnt down.
You know, Mark, it's funny what you were saying about the founding fathers, because I'm on Twitter a lot, and I used to hang out more in the sort of mainstream conservative portion of Twitter. And you see these memes all the time, these little images, and I remember there's a picture of the founding fathers, and the caption is something like right-wing extremists. And it's funny when you look at it in historical context that they really probably were not right-wing extremists in their own time.
They were considered left-wing extremists, yeah, exactly.
That's kind of funny about it. But today, it's like all the conservatives talk about the Constitution and how, I'm a constitutional conservative and I stand for the founding principles, and that makes them right-wing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wrote an article on this called Setting Things Right, which was popular with a lot of people, which basically sort of laid out where this term right and left come from, and how the real etymological definition of right is reactionary. It is monarchist, it is traditionalist. It's not in any way related to what most Americans today call quote unquote conservative values. There's nothing conservative about them, and it shows. They haven't managed to conserve anything through their methods, because they are ultimately a peaceable democratic movement. They want to achieve their goals through democratic means, and they've tried. That the Republican Party has held the presidency for numbers of years in a cycle. They've held the House, they've held the Senate, they've had judges on the Supreme Court, etc., and nothing's worked. Society has moved on. Society has become more and more left-wing over time, to the point where today's Republicans look back at the Republicans of 70 years ago and say, whoa, these people are so extreme and uneducated and not enlightened as we are today. Import more migrants. We have to have a compassionate conservatism. It's a joke, and it's worse in the UK. I mean, the Conservative Party in the UK is just unbelievably cucked.
Yeah.
Why don't the reactionaries knock on Buckingham Palace and say, "Please do something for us"? When are you going to enact your?
Look, the monarchy in the UK, just as the monarchy in Sweden and in Denmark and in the Netherlands, etc., is dead. It is devoid of any of the sort of mystical qualities that have underlined monarchies. It's a puppet. It's a puppet regime that is there as a decoration. It's an ornament. I have absolutely no loyalty as an out and out monarchist. And even I identify with the Russian tradition. I'm ethnically Slavic. So it's not my place to sort of come into Britain and say, well, what do I think of your monarch and such. But if I was, fully ethnically British and a monarchist, I would have no allegiance to the House of Windsor, not whatsoever, because it does not perform the monarchical functions. It does not perform its self-declared role as quote unquote defender of the faith. It doesn't do any of those things. So in my eyes, it's completely lost any monarchical legitimacy that it had. So this is the thing. I mean, to be a monarchist, people think, oh, well, you must romanticize the monarchies that exist today, and maybe you have, your tea set with pictures of Queen Elizabeth on them, and that's just not the case. It's not the case at all. Monarchists recognize that monarchy isn't just about calling yourself king. It's about what the king means in a society, and what that monarchical tradition means, what a royal family means. And just because a family is called the quote-unquote royal family doesn't mean there's anything royal about them. And I don't see anything royal about the current group of nitwits that occupy Buckingham Palace and engage in ridiculous stunts at the Olympics, which degrade the office. It's a joke. It's a joke. The king of our country is David Cameron. He pulls all the levers of political power. He holds everything. The monarchy is a mere ceremonial ornament.
Yeah. No, I know. I just meaning as a kind of act of what's the word? Political. What do they call that? Direct action. To point out the absurdity that at some point does it really make sense to have an ethnic Brit as a king in a country that is minority ethnic Brit. I mean,
Well, I mean, they're not ethnically British. They're actually ethnically German, the House of Windsor, which
oh,
is,
that's true.
But I mean, that's a whole other topic because that's throughout history that has happened, and that has sort of been the case in some places, and it hasn't, caused too many problems. Usually, I mean, we were ruled by people who spoke French for the longest time in our monarchical line, but eventually, they adapted. They essentially became sort of English in these lands. So, and if you look back to Russia, where my ancestors were, figures like Catherine the Great, are not exactly imbued in the Russian historical tradition in the same way that go back and look at someone like Ivan the Terrible was. So, yeah, it's a little different, but definitely interesting.
All right. Yeah, it's been a good discussion. I'm like it's taken some interesting turns, but yeah, it's definitely very interesting. It's good stuff. I feel like I had something I wanted to say, but I just forgot what it was. Happens to me a lot. It's just been the four of us here this whole time, hasn't it?
It has.
Yes, I was expecting other people, but
yeah,
I guess we're the only ones.
I was too. There were some people who told me they wanted to join. I sent them the link, but I don't know if they got it or what.
Well, if they listen to this online, I think when we do this again, you'll have a different group of people. But I think it's an important thing. But I think for us to even kind of hammer out our ideas too, because we're, I'm often thinking to myself all the time. You don't always have a lot of people to converse with. I have a few people online now that I have some kind of conversation with, but not often. So it is. I am fairly isolated here. I have a little group here in my city. We've got a little book club coming, and most two Anglicans and a Catholic. And anyway, we're going to be reading Why We Fight. Yeah. Month, which is an Arctos publication. So we're anyway. So I do have a little. I'm not completely isolated, but it's still nice to get.
I guess I was thinking the thing I wanted to ask was the argument you often hear from people on the alt-right is that because Christianity is a universal religion, and I mean I guess it's universal in the sense that it offers salvation to anybody regardless of nation or whatever. So in that sense it's universal, but some people say that because of that is what leads to the sort of lack of desire to defend your own. And I don't buy that argument really, but I mean it's one of those things that sounds plausible to a lot of people. I mean,
yeah, it's a stupid argument because if you look back in history, if that was the case, then we should have experienced what we're experiencing now 1,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago. Where was it?
Right.
In terms of universality, there are different lenses through which to view it. Yes, salvation is often to all people, but it's not universality in the same way that Islam practices universality, in the way that Christian communities in different places express the faith through their own historical lens and their own cultural lens. If you go from, let's take two Christian majority countries, Armenia to Belarus, it doesn't feel like you're in the same place at all. They're completely different. Whereas in Islam, because it's got a civil law, the code of the Sharia, it really sort of eliminates a lot of the cultural differences between places in a much more totalistic way than Christianity ever has done. So in that way, Islam is much more universalist than Christianity is. In Christianity, it's universal in that everyone is offered salvation, but it's not universal in the way it's applied. And that's why Occidental Christianity has had a certain character, which has made it unique, which we've kind of made it our own. And that's what I think our response should be to those who say, well, it's a universal, it's a universalist religion. Well, not in the area that matters.
Yeah.
I think also, in the book of Matthew, and I I don't have access to my scriptures right this second, so I don't remember which number it is, but it says that, he who does not defend his family is an infidel or apostate.
Yeah, it
And
does say that.
yeah, and family isn't just our immediate family, but we are, biologically related to our race and to our kin and folk in our country. I've done a lot of family history research being a Mormon, and I trace back to Charlemagne and Rollo the Viking and other people like this. And when I meet other, European Mormons, or white Mormons, and we go over their family history, we almost always have a common ancestor, no matter if they're from Virginia or Germany or just anywhere, Australia. A lot of white people share common ancestry. We even know who some of these people are, and so we are family. And so I think to not defend our immediate family, and that being our race, would make us infidels or apostates. So I feel really comfortable in saying that, even though salvation is offered to everyone, it's my duty, as the scripture calls, to defend my people.
Exactly, and are we not commanded against suicide? I don't think that just applies to people as individuals. I think that applies to nations themselves. Do not commit suicide. So, and you can go back to the Old Testament, look at the story of the Tower of Babel. That is a story of, at one point, basically everyone was the same, and they did something that God did not approve of, and so he, quote unquote, mixed up the languages. Well, you've got to remember, prior to about the 1900s, really, language was synonymous with ethnicity. If you go back to nationalist writings in the periods like the 1600s and 1700s, when nationalism was beginning to sort of develop, they talk about language more than they talk about ethnicity, because language has historically really been synonymous with your ethnicity. So the Tower of Babel story for me is a direct condemnation of this kind of quote-unquote multicultural society that we're building.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it.
Well,
Go ahead.
I think it is an area of, though I don't know if anyone, maybe you guys are more familiar, or probably maybe Mark is more familiar with some of the maybe theological work that's been done on this, with nationalists and so forth, in the Eastern tradition. But it's very much an area where I think we need to have pretty good theological work done to present that case. I mean, I'm there, I'm with you, but it's not quite as, because we're up against such a strong, the theology of tolerance is so entrenched, and the theology of this kind of soft Marxist SJW thing is so entrenched that
yeah, but I mean, you
me
just
in my own
point
church,
out
like,
what it is. It's loyalty to another religion. It's loyalty to the pervasive religion of our age. It's not loyalty to Christianity. And they'll dress it up in Scripture, but all the time they are interpreting it out of context. They're not taking the rest of Scripture into account. They're cherry-picking sort of things, and they try to apply love your neighbor to the whole world. Well, if it meant to love the whole world, then why the hell doesn't it say the whole world? It says your neighbor. Now, that doesn't, literalistically, that doesn't just mean, oh, look, the person who lives next door to you. It means, your kith and kin are the people that you're supposed to really be in love with. And early nationalists assert this. They say, it's the reason there are nations is because it's really impossible to love everyone in the way that you love you have a kin selection. It's naturally imbued in us. And this relates into the sort of the beauty of our design, is that we are designed naturally, and you can look at human biodiversity and you can look at the experiments that have been done on this. We are designed to favor our own. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just what we do. It's human.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, even the Bible will talk about passing on an inheritance, and like it presumes this is something everybody desires in their soul to leave a legacy for their own people.
Yes. Yeah. It's certainly something I desire. I mean, I spoke about this at the end of Ascending the Tower when I did the podcast, is that the reason for having kids is that you leave a legacy, that you leave a lineage. And it's not only just your desire to do that, which should really, in many cases, be innate. Not for all people, because I think if you look at sort of the ascetics of the church who become monks, they don't need that. They don't need to finish that legacy. They sort of dedicate their lives to God. But also, I think I said we make decisions also for those people who have come before us, that they passed a legacy to us, and do we break the chain? You know, I mean, I'm not an only child. I'm one of, well, I'm one of 7 or one of 8. I can never remember because it's so many. But essentially, that means that. But if you were just an only child, to not have children would be the death of that line, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, there was sort of, when you have more children, you kind of have surplus. Some can choose either to not have any kids, small numbers of kids, or whatever, right? You kind of,
Mm.
but yeah, I already
Yeah.
have grandkids, so my biological will is working its way through the world.
Yeah. Good. And it's not just the biological will. I think you want to pass on your history. You want to pass on a piece of who you are. You know, it's not just about going out, because anybody can go out and sort of disseminate their seed around the world. That's easy enough to do, especially in our sort of modern day and age. But the institution of the family is just important for passing on the meat of your legacy, which is not just in your genes. It's in the sort of the spirit that you impart on your children. It's that little bit of you that you leave behind with them. I mean, I'm quite estranged from a lot of my family, but for me, definitely, I will raise my children in a very sort of religious environment.
Yeah. Definitely a good thing. Yeah, I hate when there's like a lull in the conversation and nobody knows what to say. So, yeah, I guess when you're like online and you're being broadcast live, you feel like you don't want there to be silence.
Oh, yeah,
But
I guess I'm not certain how many people are listening. Hello.
it says 0 viewers right now, so right now it looks like it's just us. But
Have we had viewers before?
Yeah, I think we were up to 6 at one point.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean,
It'll be an aftercast listen, I think, for most people.
Not
Yeah,
everyone can be millennial woes.
Yeah,
No,
it takes a while to build an audience.
Oh, Mr. Woes.
Well, I hope I maybe take part in like a hangout that he does at some point.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I think I joined his hangouts over the holiday.
Yeah, he's an intelligent guy. I really enjoyed watching his videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's.
It's hard for me on his Hangouts because he does have so many. I think he has like, is it 7 or 8 people on at a time, and I have a really hard time interrupting people, so I kind of end up sitting there and not saying as much. I wish he'd kind of pare it down a bit and have it more like, like the 4 we have here seems to be a good number. Like, I feel like I don't have.
I think he's going to limit it, I think.
That would be good, I think. Yeah, because when I was on, and I Skyped him and I was like, I'm sorry, but I don't know, it's my personality, but I have a really hard time just interrupting people, and when there's that many people, you either have to interrupt or you don't get to talk, so it can be hard.
Well,
I think one of the problem with the Sargon of Akkad video was that there were so many people, right? If you ever watched that sort of interview,
I saw that one.
There were 20 people trying to ask questions. It was just insane.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of strong personalities and maybe some slight autistic types too. So it's pretty hard.
Yeah, there's always a danger of sort of gravitating in a lot of autism in these things. You got to be careful, I think. Not that there's anything wrong with having mental issues, but sometimes I think autists tend to have like a tendency that's kind of hard to describe, but you know it when you see it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that one trait of autism is that you're often not sure when what you're saying is not interesting to people.
Or when it's like completely off in another direction.
Yeah.
when you've like taken the topic and you've run in like the opposite direction and gone somewhere else, and you're talking about something's totally unrelated.
Yeah. I mean, I think I have some autistic tendencies of my own, so I try to be very direct with what I'm saying, I guess, just to make sure I don't, or I try not to ramble too much. I try to be conscious of that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I want to keep going just in case there's some people who can't get in until now. I mean, it's people on the west coast of the U.S. are probably getting off work by now.
It's 1:22 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's 8:22 on the west coast, or the east coast. I mean.
6:20, 6:23 where you are, Ayla, I think, and 5:23 where I am.
It's 6:23 where I'm at.
Lucky you guys.
The day is still the evening is still new for me.
Yeah, well, Ian, are you gonna have this up sort of immediately, or?
Well, like, I think it just automatically publishes it as a YouTube video once you...
As it ends, it automatically publishes it. Okay.
Right.
Because if you don't mind, I'd like to link to it on my blog, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Cool.
I'm sure it'll... Yeah, it should just be like after... I think it's like after you sign off, you just refresh it, it'll be like a regular video, so...
Yeah, good. This will be a good thing. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, I never did one of these until I did the Millennial Woes one, and so I was like, yeah, it's really just good to interact with people.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good to meet you too, Mark. You're the only one of this crew I have not met before, so.
Yeah, well, good to meet all of you too. I mean, I'd heard of Ayla before, and I'd met Reactionary. Reactionary Ian actually promotes. I get a lot of links from him on Twitter. So yeah, I thank him for that. It's good promotion. I always enjoy when people promote my stuff.
Yeah, I like to retweet. I like to tweet the blogs I read, so
I'll probably get on Twitter at some point, but I'm put off by how much freaking drama there is on there. People just self-imploding.
Yeah, I know there's occasionally that. I don't know. I do a lot of trolling on Twitter just because it's, I don't know, it can be fun sometimes. But
yeah, trolling's okay. Just don't get drunk and then get near the keyboard and say things that you'll regret.
I'm a teetotaler, so I don't have that problem.
Oh, good for you. I mean, I used to be teetotal, but now I drink on occasion, but I really don't enjoy alcohol too much, so it's just not anything that's kind of plagued me, really. Which I'm glad of, because it saved me a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I have another. I started on Twitter quite a few years more ago. This I've only had this up for maybe 3 or 4 months. Yeah, but I had this other one where I just wrote poems, and then I realized that my poems were like totally right wing. I would write Twitter limited poetry, and I would take photographs and then write formal verse to go with them, and then kind of all my normie friends know about that.
Yeah.
That Twitter account, and then they don't know anything about this one.
Yeah, you've got to kind of have a double life, I guess.
I'm thinking about how to end it, but I'm just more worried. I mean, a lot of people I know are pretty hardcore political. I mean, I'm not sure whether they would actually harass me, more so than.
Oh, you'd be surprised how quick people turn on you.
Oh, I did. I'm not actually. The public shame doesn't bother me. It's more my kids just suffering grief from people.
Yeah, that's.
Me personally, I'm actually the point where I don't care. And it's not that I want to be mean. I actually don't dislike I don't really dislike people on the left per se. I mean, I usually think they're good people that are misguided. So I don't really have any animosity towards them. But I just know that the dogmatic gap is so wide. It's pretty hard to breach it, right? So.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, I get that vibe from a lot of people I talk to on Twitter too. Like, I do sometimes start talking to people just as like a troll or something, but if the people actually do like sit and try to discuss things with me, or if they choose to try to argue with me, like after a while you start feeling like, I think this person has a good heart, but they're just really deluded.
Yeah, I've had some good luck basically trying to go the Christian path and maybe trolling, coming off a little aggressive maybe to begin with, and then kind of becoming human to them, and they change their tune pretty quickly. They actually will listen to things. So it's sort of like compassionate trolling.
Sometimes, sometimes, sometimes it helps if there's somebody who's like a meaner troll than you. Then you can kind of do like a good cop, bad cop kind of thing, where you present yourself as the more moderate voice.
Oh, that's good. That's even now developing sort of troll psychology to use on them. That's very good.
Well, I remember one time there was this guy who was just kind of being like a really trolly troll, and I agreed with him, but I wasn't quite as harsh as he was, so I was actually able to have like an interesting discussion with the person. So, yeah, and I mean, you never know. Sometimes people actually will discuss things with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've
I'd
had
quite
some
think that's cool.
success. Oh, I've had some success red pilling people on Twitter, so to speak. And I mean, I would say like maybe like upwards of 10 over the past like 2 years on
Oh wow.
different
Good.
on issues of like race reality and anti-feminism and traditional values and things. And yeah, so it makes it worth it. Like, it's so hard to go through all that trolling for like a long time, but then like that one time you get, like, it was just this weekend I actually red pilled 2 people like in the same weekend, and it was like incredible. And yeah, that it was around like the white genocide, the idea of like, white people having a right to their, homelands and that sort of thing, that they both totally didn't understand. No, multiculturalism is good, and and anyways, and I turned them on to that, and at the end of the conversation they actually ended up agreeing with me, and one girl was like, oh, I'm going to go to ancestry.com and get a kit to test my DNA, and like the whole thing, and she was like all into it and so excited and telling me about her Italian family, and it was really great. And it was like those moments, it's like, oh, it makes the bad moments on Twitter worth it, for me anyways. I feel like it gives it, just to see people go from like, especially white people and white Christians, go from like hating themselves in a way, like thinking that they're horrible and they're evil for being European and colonialism and all that blah blah blah, and then to actually go from that to like realizing they can have pride in their people is amazing to me, and it's so rewarding to watch. So
Yeah, I mean, I can say from my own experience, I think I look back at a lot of my life before I was like red pilled on a lot of stuff, before I started embracing, like before I accepted that it was okay to take pride in your race as a white person or take pride in your heritage as a white person in more than just sort of a vague way. Like, I actually looked back on a lot of things I did and thought, and I realized I was kind of searching for an identity that I didn't really have. So it is almost like, it's like fulfilling in a way just to lose any guilt about your identity.
and at least that it fills a vacuum in people that secularism, like this secular progressivism, is usually filling right now, and I think that that's really great too, because it makes them less susceptible to that social justice warrior kind of mantra that's played out in pop culture now, because a lot of people I think latch on to that, like the gay rights movement or transgenderism or something like that, as a way to feel like they have an identity and a sense of self and they're part of a community, particularly for white people, because we aren't given in America, I don't know, it's slightly different in Europe I would imagine, but in America we're not given an identity and an ethnicity. We're considered just these like the blank slates with no culture. But Black people have a culture, and Latino people around us have a culture, and we end up, I think, as whites, like we have this vacuum and we latch on to these social justice warrior causes like feminism and gender rights and all of that, as a way to feel like we have a community, because they're already set up as a community. They have a language, they have their own terminology, they have flags, they have pride parades. And so when we actually fill that vacuum in people with something positive, oh, sorry for my kids in the background, when we fill that vacuum with something positive, like their sense of self and identity as a white person or as a Christian, and etc., then I think that we're kind of vaccinating them against the progressive values of our society.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's. I think everybody. It's just a very normal, natural thing for people to and this to identify with their people, and yet because we've been dogmatically forced not to, um, the identity that we have as a people is kind of an anti-identity. So we're still identifying, but we're identifying in this negative, destructive way. And so, allowing people to see that there is actually a moral way to admire your past and admire yourself for being who and where you are and where you're from, to at least have an understanding that that's okay. I think everybody's, because they're in this kind of, antiverse of race, that it's really being able to find a moral way to hold their hand and carry them through. I mean, that's my own personal experience with it. I needed it to be okay, not just, I didn't. Some people do it in anger, right? Some people do it in this kind of militaristic way or something, and that's never been kind of. I always kind of those kind of urgings always made me stop the process over the years. I've always been kind of almost there many times, but it's only been in the last couple of years that I've been able to actually just kind of allow myself to move in. And even then, it's taken some like almost like intentional personal deprogramming, to just make myself listen to David Duke, for hours so that I can be conditioned, reconditioned to see life differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is sometimes hard to like even allow yourself to consider certain ideas, because like, I mean, it's like you're programmed with this fear, like, well, should I be thinking about this? Could this lead to bad things if I entertain these thoughts even? And,
I know. I know. It's like sin. It's exactly the same conditioning we have, which can be very healthy to warn us against, vice. But it's our vice instinct, our anti-vice instinct, that's been co-opted by this this cult,
Yeah.
this cult that rules over us. You want to get to bed there, Mr. Mark?
Oh, well, it's 1:38. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake.
yeah, I mean, well, I was hoping to keep this going for a while, just in case anybody's going to join later. But I mean, you don't have to stay for the whole thing if you have to get to bed. I mean, I understand that sometimes people can't stay for the whole thing.
No, I'll stay on for a little bit longer, at
All right,
least. I
whatever
mean,
you
I've
want.
got to get up tomorrow. I've got something at 12 o'clock, but nothing before that, so I should be all right for a little bit.
All right.
I should actually probably head out myself because it's getting near bedtime now, and I got to put my kids to bed and read them their stories and that sort of thing, and maybe
Yes,
go spend a little time with my husband.
Yes, you should do that.
you should definitely do that. It's a good thing to do.
Yes,
Tell him
I've really enjoyed this conversation. This has been really fun. Thank you for having me. And
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thanks for coming. You made some good contributions. It was interesting to hear a lot of what you have to say.
Yeah, definitely.
thank you so much. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right,
Okay,
have a good night.
bye.
Bye.
Thank you. All right, well, so see, was there anything else I had to discuss? Um, well, one question I had is, I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was earlier in the conversation you were talking about the importance of the church. Like, to what? How am I going to phrase this question? Like, to what extent do you think it's important to have like an institution of the church rather than like a like I know that evangelicals often talk about Christianity as just being our personal relationship with Christ. Do you think that there's any merit to that? Because you kind of, it's a clear question. I'm not sure.
Is it to me?
Well, whoever.
Yeah, go ahead, Teleology. You answer that one.
I just honestly, I mean, we wouldn't be having this conversation if that's what Christianity was to begin with. That is not, and watching it unfold as that, it leads to its dissipation. So it's just impossible to imagine. I mean, there is that's very much born of the American independent spirit, and it's
Yeah.
That's
individual.
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet Christianity feeds that. It does, because we do have, it is a household of individuals. Has anyone read Shepherd of Hermas or Hermes? Have
No.
either of you? Oh, it's a
No, I
great.
haven't.
That's an old. I read it years ago. It gets a bit long. It's an allegory. It was read in the early church as scripture in some churches. Um, it has some very beautiful bits in it, but it's all about building the tower, the um, building the the structure of the church metaphorically, each brick is a person, and it talks about the different ways in which these stones are found in different conditions and brought to the. It's definitely worth reading. It's a fascinating document of Christian mystical literary tradition, whether it be scripture or
Yeah.
not. It's a really interesting document. I'm not sure how the East looks at it, but it's certainly in the West it was used. It
Mm.
was used in the churches, and I was just reminded of it today listening to UCBC talk about the shepherd, they used to call it.
Yeah.
But
Well, we got a lot of mysticism in the Eastern Church, much more so than the Catholic Church, certainly. And it's been one of their sort of points of criticism that has been lodged against the East is the mysticism that we've had throughout our history. We have a very mystical conception of God.
yeah,
Well, in my
yeah,
readings about Orthodoxy, I actually have a book that's kind of like sort of an introduction to Orthodoxy and
mm,
Orthodox principles, and they frame it as sort of their strength that they're more mystical because they talk about how the Catholic Church started to view things, they tried to view everything through a more scientific imperial lens. Like
Yes.
they
Yeah.
wanted to they wanted to have explanations for everything, and they wanted to make sure that there was no room for doubt about anything, and that they think that kind of overemphasis on having a rational explanation can actually cause one to lose faith, or so
well,
it's
it
like
says
by thinking of God as a mystery or thinking of the sacraments as mysteries, it's more keeps
Yes.
it
Yeah.
maintains the mystical aspects of it that are necessary to believe.
Mm.
so I would say no. I mean, I've kind of had that sense because of my American training. I grew up in the States, that kind of individualism, and I kind of resisted the authoritarian aspects of the church or the institutional aspects of the church. But
Yeah.
I just I don't see there being a church without that. I mean, we wouldn't be, like I say, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. It would have just
Mm.
turned into 1,000 weird little things, and that would have been that.
Yeah. And that's what Protestantism has done largely. I mean, it's become so many sort of little sects with minutiae differences. I mean, the difference between the East and West stems back to the Filioque clause and the controversy over that, which really alters the esoteric core of Christianity. It's why and this is what I relate it to, is that an Occidental Christianity has always been sort of understood through two lenses. It's been understood through a kind of pagan mysticism, but also through the Greek philosophical tradition, which is sort of the birthplace of logic and argumentation. And with the Great Schism, this was kind of split in two. And Orthodoxy got the more mystical conception, whereas the Roman Catholic Church definitely got more of the sort of logical, Greek argumentation, a lot of the apologetics stuff that brought me to Christianity was sort of preserved and refined by the Catholic Church. Um, so it all sort of stems from how you view the Holy Spirit in particular, because we don't view the Holy Spirit as coming from the Father and the Son. Instead, it only comes from the Father. And because the Son is synonymous with the Greek conception of the Logos, the reasonable, sort of the logical, the intelligible, um, since it doesn't come through that, it's not something that can be understood. Whereas Catholics added the filioque clause that the Holy Spirit proceedeth from the Father and the Son, and so they can view it in a much more logical way. And I think actually this is probably one of the reasons why liberalism arose in the West rather than in the East, is because we didn't really have a tradition of thinking reasonably about the core fundamentals of life. And there are negatives to that. I think it's one of the reasons why the East lagged behind the West in terms of development, even much prior to the Enlightenment. Look at agricultural techniques, etc. We did lack in that department in the Slavic East, but in a way, the mysticism kind of immunized us from this the kind of stranglehold of liberalism that took place in France and then obviously on into other countries. And so it had to be enforced upon the Slavs with the kind of jackboot of communism later on. It couldn't be sort of stealth brought in through the ideas of Marat or Kant or these other Enlightenment thinkers.
Yeah. That's interesting, yeah. I don't have much to add to it. It's just very interesting to hear ideas about how that all works.
Forgot I'd muted myself. I was trying to speak.
Go ahead.
It's I just posted the Shepherd there as a PDF. But if you look at it, it's the church that's more intact. It's intact for oddly for two reasons. Then one, for the reasons you said, it's intact because it's both it's held itself together, but it's also being less monolithic in that you have various seats of authority rather than the Pope, right? You don't have this one central seat of authority, which now which just looks more absurd and absurd over time, that this one person somehow is supposed to have that kind of position of authority over all of Christendom, at least Western Christendom.
Yeah, I think it prevents something like a Vatican II happening, because you've got to get every patriarch together and they really have to agree on everything, which is why
so
there hasn't been a council since, how far are we going back now to the last actual full council of the church? It's a hell of a long time ago. And it means that, our tradition largely remains unchanged. It's the same faith, essentially, that was practiced all those centuries ago, way back to when Christianity wasn't even really an institutional religion at all. I mean, this is why we call it the sort of holy apostolic faith, is because we think it's the most true to how the apostles actually practiced Christianity.
Yes, yeah, you have this. So how is it when if you're obviously it's not an ethnic faith entirely. So I mean, let's say a largely what am I? A bit Nordic, a bit Anglo-Saxon and Germanic, I suppose, is my heritage.
Yeah.
I mean, how I guess that church is not adverse to converting people from.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, people over-exaggerate the kind of ethnic enclavism of the church. It's not really like it used to be in that way. And certainly now there is sort of an official, and I know there are actually several sort of jockeying for the position, but there are official orthodoxy, hierarchies in America, particularly one related to the Russian church, I think. So, it's easy enough to get into that. But I like the way that Orthodoxy has this kind of division between you have the Church of Romania, you have the Church of Russia, you have the Church of Antioch, and these other places. So I like that. It reinforces this idea that we continue to push, which is theism, that societies are sort of homogenous and should have a priesthood that is close to them. The Romanian priesthood does not necessarily have to have the exact same practices as the Greek priesthood. They can be slightly different as long as they don't violate the doctrinal integrity of orthodoxy that has been agreed on via the councils that are accepted in orthodoxy.
Yeah, it should be said, though, that in orthodoxy they don't allow ethnic divisions, though, in the sense of, I know there's the issue of philotism, where they...
Yeah, that's kind of different. I mean, this has become an issue in America because of what happened with Matthew Heimbach, who was accused of philotism, which is odd because it wasn't really a definition of philotism. It's, that's a whole another issue. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't mean what a lot of people think it means. It just means that you can't have this kind of, I guess you can't operate on that sort of exclusivist, totally exclusivist ethnic pattern. But still, I mean, today in existence are the Greek Orthodox, the Romanian Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox. They are distinctly different.
Yeah, I think that case with him actually was a really good example of a lot of the principles that we're all kind of coming to to terms with here.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't
He
know all the
was
details of it, but from what I hear, it's a liberal priest.
yeah, he didn't seem to talk about it much.
Yeah.
I think there was actually a deacon who did it, or
Still,
somebody above the priest.
Oh, and by the way, on the advice, on the recommendations of which group? The SPLC. So,
oh, was it really, eh?
yeah, it was. It was, Mark Potok's merry gang of misfits decided to go to the church and demand that they excommunicate Heimbach. And, I have my own issues with Heimbach's approach, but there are a lot of things he does that I like. And he certainly has not done anything that would warrant what that church tried to do to him, which is just ridiculous. And I think he's now in communion with as he says, I think somebody in the Church of Romania, a priest in the Church of Romania, which just goes to show.
So he did have to leave his church.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was a better story than that.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, the fact that he then went to and was accepted into, somebody is talking to him and somebody is, giving him the rights in the Romanian Orthodox Church just shows that when you're dealing with Western, and this is the thing, Orthodoxy does have these sort of really, Western with a capital W practitioners who are not practicing it in the same way that it is practiced in the East. And so, yeah, they will bend the knee to, dangerous groups like the SPLC, who they can really ruin you if they try.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's too bad.
Yeah.
So does that mean he doesn't have a congregation to meet with?
No, not a congregation. No,
Oh,
I don't think so. Anyway, I mean, I don't want to really sort of opine on it because I only know what he has said and then what some other people who've been in contact with him have said. I've never talked to him. I've never had any communication with him. I'm not an expert on the situation as it stands, but that's what I know about it.
Yeah, I didn't follow it much.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that happened, and I would be aghast if anyone that I was involved with took the advice of a group like the SPLC, which is a completely anti-Christian organization.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's like taking something from ISIS.
No, it's ridiculous.
I was going to say, it kind of reminds me of, do you guys know the story of Frank Borzilleri?
No. What is it?
Oh, well, he was a guy from New York. He's a Catholic, and he actually spoke at a few Amaran conferences, and he's a race realist and that kind of thing. But anyway, he had a job teaching at a Catholic school, and then some journalist decided to say, like, oh, this guy speaks at Amaran conferences. He's written books talking about, against diversity, and he's criticized Martin Luther King and things like that. So this guy's a racist. He should be fired from his job. And I actually read his book about the whole situation, and I guess he's still looking for money. He still needs help financially, but whatever the case with his current situation, he basically ended up losing his job because they put pressure on the Catholic Church to fire him from this school. And he had talked about how people, like in his local whatever, were saying, like, we need to think about publicity. I mean, what if Al Sharpton starts protesting at our school? And he's thinking, like, well, who cares what Al Sharpton thinks? He's not Catholic. What does it matter? But it's like, even churches, which are like beholden to the media because they're too conscious of publicity and things like that. And I guess it just shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, it's really, it's disgusting in a way, the way that they're all concerned about their image, they're all concerned about the way they look, and it comes down to, what was advised in the New Testament, which is, you choose God or you choose the world. And these churches, what can you describe it other than choosing the world? It's what they're doing.
Right. He even said that Cardinal Dolan, the famous guy who likes to go on TV and smile, he said that he actually wrote to him personally about the situation, and he never even got a response. So I mean, shows
Well,
how
he's
these.
a joke. He's another, he's one of these Casperite types. He's nothing helpful to the church, certainly.
Yeah.
That's what I've said. They need a good old sort of purge of those types. Those types need to be really stripped of their vestments because they're cancer. They're parasitic on the church and they violate its doctrines. These are the kind of the people that the Catholic, I forget his name. Oh, the Catholic priest Felix Sarday Salvani, who wrote in Spain. He wrote the eponymous essay called "Liberalism is a Sin," which is a great book. I consider it definitely a reactionary must-read. And talks about the threat that liberalism poses. And he wrote in the 1800s. So this was, very much in the aftermath of the revolutions that had racked Europe during the Enlightenment. And he wrote essentially how much liberalism was a threat to the Catholic Church and a threat to Catholicity, and how popes implicitly, if not explicitly, had condemned it. These were exactly the kind of Catholics that he warned against, these sort of Cardinal Casper types.
I mean, it's really come into its. I mean, I guess why maybe we see more people reacting finally is the actual the actual end game of this general set of dogmas or whatever you want to call it of liberalism is basically destruction, dissolution. There is no other end to it, because ultimately it dismantles cohesion and removes courage and masculinity. And what do you have at the end of that? Other than you're destroyed. What
Hey, Mark, I
other?
think you need to mute your microphone. There's a lot of noise coming from one of you guys. I think it's the same noise from earlier. Okay, there you go. It stopped. Okay,
No,
sorry.
he's not muted though.
Oh, well, did you change something, Mark? Or?
Hold on, yeah, it's something in the room here. Hold on.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the end of it is just destruction. There is no other end to this course. And I mean the worst part is people just think, yeah, good, we'd be destroyed. I mean, this is the end. This is the real kind of death of the West. But I mean, these people can't maintain power for much longer. People who willfully wish the destruction of the very society that made their idea possible, which ideas destroy that society. And basically, I guess they don't have the imagination that something good isn't coming. That basically what replaces that is some other kind of society, some other culture, some other religion that has courage, strength, and commitment, and cohesion. It's it's a whole. You still see them. I mean, these people that are just so, because there's still enough surplus, enough wealth in society, they can still pretend that there's a better day coming when all this comes together somehow. They can't see it just unraveling and dissipating into nothing, and then being overrun by Islam. They just can't, in their mind, imagine that's what they're setting up those conditions. Like this bishop from Birmingham on this video that I posted there. His argument was this. This is an interesting thing in terms of Christian theology or Christian morality that we're talking about. He said, is it right to do one evil to prevent another evil? To him, the first evil that you would do would be not bring in refugees. I mean, maybe an evil is completely ignore the situation. Maybe an evil is not, I don't know. I mean, if you want to say something's evil, but it is not an evil to not bring refugees to Europe. That is not evil. Because the only reason you're bringing them is because of all these geopolitical forces, George Soros, whoever, who's having these influences, making this stuff happen. So rejecting the bringing in of refugees is not a necessary evil, but bringing in more people into your country to replace your own people and your very faith, that's an evil. that is an obvious, in-your-face evil. And then he's also super dishonest in this thing, in that um, he says, well, the amount of refugees coming don't amount to enough. They don't amount to an invasion. It's like it's an aggregate thing. I mean, how can he be that dishonest? Is he that deceived, or is he really just being dishonest, or he just can't let his liberal narrative down? I'm not sure exactly what. I mean, he didn't seem like an evil man, but he is committing evil.
Cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, this idea, this is the thing. They just don't. But the dishonesty there is a certain amount of supercilious dishonesty in that
Yeah.
position,
I mean,
and
especially
just
and
an
these are the same
unwillingness.
people. I mean, these are the same people who still say, "Oh, we want Assad out of power in Syria," and they don't realize that that's exactly the same thing that really started this whole thing in Syria, was the desire to see him out of power.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Right.
And you're participating and you're offering Christian sanctification to basically Israeli and U.S. Zionist destabilization of the Middle East. I mean, essentially, that's what we're doing by engaging in this support and this pretendation that what these people need to be doing is coming into Europe. This is not a given. There's no given that these people need to be doing this. They're doing it because they've been told they can. And they're being told they can because we were told we were supposed to tell them they could. So this is all created. This is not just a natural, and now they're including global warming and climate change, I should say. Climate change is a factor. The migrations of people is going to be because of climate. So they attach all these pet favorites onto this thing to offer it holiness and sanctification. And then the church offers its blessing by engaging in this thing, to its own destruction and to the destructions of the societies that it has been, overseeing now, even though it's for the last 100 years, which is a very small period of time in history. They've lost that kind of control of that influence.
I think
It's disgusting.
I was just going to say what you're saying about having no obligation to let in people who are going to destroy your civilization. It reminds me of the verse that says, "Don't cast your pearls before swine." I mean, I think it shows we should be stewards of what we have and take care of them and preserve them, not just let them be defiled.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's right in the Bible. So
Yeah, I want to do a series on the right-wing readings, or actually just the right-wing parables of Christ. I mean, the parable of the talents could not be more right-wing. Take from him who To him who has, even more shall be given, and to him who has not, even that which he has will be taken away from him. I mean, that could not be more brutal in terms of, or more just straightforward in terms of what life is like. People who do have tend to be able to do something, and people who don't have tend to just be miserly, and they tend to not be able to produce anything. I mean, that parable, it was always very painful as a kid reading that parable, because I always felt I was the low talent guy. So that I was the one who was going to be burying my talent in the earth. It's a very it's a hierarchical thing. It's about inequality. The distribution of gifts is not equal, and even the one receives the least is the least competent. There's
Well, I
nothing
mean,
about that is SJW. It's a very
you've
right-wing parable. Sorry.
you've always got the poor will always be with us as well, which is kind of funny when you see these Christians saying, "Well, our mission is to eliminate poverty." Well, that's not in the Bible. The Bible says that the poor will always be with us. So what the hell are you doing?
yeah, exactly. I remember Bono, the guy from U2, who's supposedly a Christian, or at least he used to say he was, saying like,
No, some Christian, yeah.
our goal is to end poverty. One day we're going to do it. And it's like, yeah, no, you're not. Read the Bible.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
got that
celebrity
line.
Christianity. That's kind of a pop Christianity. That's kind of funny.
He's Catholic, I guess. He has that one line in that song, "I believe in the kingdom come when all the colors will bleed into one." So he's been pushing this this kind of
Again,
love.
it's this: we can achieve the kingdom of God on earth, and we will achieve it ourselves. It's a
Mm.
complete denial of the agency of God. It's uh,
All right, that's what really gets me about a lot of these people who say that, I think our mess is because of the influence of Christianity. It's like, well, no, we've really abandoned Christianity by adopting these things.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a case to be made, I think, that it spawns out of an abuse of the Christian faith through a type of Protestantism which is completely puritanical, and it causes what's known as a holiness spiral, where they're always trying to sort of virtue signal, they're always trying to be holier than thou, and this creates what we know it as liberalism, but this is not the traditional, and I read that as correct, interpretation of the religion. So, who are you gonna side with? Are you gonna side with the sort of Joel Osteen types, or are you gonna side with people like Saint John Chrysostom? In the early church fathers. I think one clearly knows a little bit more about Christianity than the other, who's just trying to sell books.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of these televangelist folks are just, yeah.
Yeah, that's
There's,
disgusting to me. These people are disgusting. I can't stand these types, and it's why the whole. And I don't want to be completely down on evangelicals, because it was the work of an evangelical that, through apologetics brought me to Christianity. But I think a lot of the United States evangelical subculture, and we've seen this in Iowa recently, is completely beholden to virtue signaling, and it has this. And again, I bring it back to philo-Semitism. It's this complete obsession with the welfare of Israel, which is I can't comprehend it. I don't know how these people, what enraptures these people about Israel versus Iran. I mean, do they know that Iran has no abortions? In Iran, abortion is banned, whereas in Israel, abortion is allowed. Do they, where's their pro-life credential there? It just seems to go out the window because, the Jews are sinless people.
Growing up in one of those sects, it's really an idol. They've created an idol out of the state of Israel because
It's their golden calf.
what it does is exactly what it does is it provides in flesh, in state, whatever you want to call it, proof that prophecy is real. Therefore, that's proof that the text is real, because they're basically text worshippers rather than worshippers of God through Christ. They are
Yep.
worshippers of the Word of God, and that is uh,
And in
typical
being
of
so,
most
they don't
things.
understand the Word of God, because they don't have a church to correctly interpret it in its correct context. They have no priestly caste. Anyone can be a priest in Protestantism. It's the Sunni. It's Christianity's Sunni division. In
Hmm.
Sunniism, basically anyone can be an imam. You can wake up one day and say, "I'm going to be an imam." And then that's what happens in Christianity, which is why you get, health and wealth preachers like Joel Osteen, who sort of masquerade as priests while knowing nothing about Christianity at all.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
glorified motivational speakers.
snake
Exactly.
snake snake oil salesman.
Yeah, God wants you to be wealthy. Well, no, God doesn't really care about your wealthy. That's not. I mean, the world would look very different if God's interest was providing a nice, comfortable life for the people of Earth. That's not God's main motivation, and I think that's very clear from the way the world is ordered.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean that is very much the motivation there. There's a fear that if I think there's a fear that if the nation of Israel ceased, that they would lose their faith. They would no longer be Christian because they believe they worship the state, and also they've got all this prophecy mumbo jumbo that they're hooked on, right? It's all this
Well,
it's all
yeah, I
this
mean,
tangible events to confirm their faith, because they have no transcendent mystical.
yeah.
Um, they got some happy bappy thing they do a little bit.
Mm.
Some do actually enjoy the transcendent life. It's true,
Yeah, and there's
but
some hypocrisy in their sort of reading of the text. I mean, one of the main Protestant attacks on Catholicism is the Marian doctrine, particularly the Immaculate Conception, right, which isn't in the Bible. But the evangelical sects are completely enraptured by the rapture. Now, the rapture isn't in the Bible either. So, that's a doctrine that was developed less than 150 years ago, I think. It was when people started writing about the rapture, and that figures into their prophecies, and it has nothing to do with Revelations at all. There's nothing there. So yeah, it's all, and a lot of it is money based as well. I think a lot of these people who are marketing this stuff, guys like John Hagee and these other people, are making a killing off of idiots, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so yeah. And unfortunately, it's the American population that has been removed, and this is partly to do with just the whole American thing, right? That it's about separation from traditional hierarchies. So the idea that is then, of course, because we've created this better world over here, that then, of course, by distancing ourselves from any other kind of hierarchy must be good too. So, and therefore, people just ingenuity and American can do is the best way to do religion too. So you got all these American can-dos. I mean, you think of the ones that were doing this 10 years ago or 20 years ago, they're a totally different set. And these people are constantly changing because they don't offer anything that's stable or long-term. They just offer this immediate kind of
Yeah.
response to the issues of the day. There's nothing stable through time.
It's got to keep changing. It has to keep changing. I mean, this is why I think other iterations of modernism, such
I think
as...
we can't hear you.
Well, can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now.
Yeah, I think that this is important because other iterations of modernism, like communism and National Socialism, part of the reason that they died was because they weren't like liberalism. They were static in their idea of a utopia on Earth. So for the communists, it was achieving this kind of equal state, ruled by the proletariat. So when they achieved that, when they got what they wanted, and it was dystopian, it wasn't a utopia at all, they had nowhere to go. They had no excuse for it. Their doctrine had completely failed. Whereas liberalism, as we know it in the West, never fails because it's constantly changing, and it never achieves any of its goals. This is the thing that you should always confront a liberal with: is that, look, you've been in power now since the French Revolution. How the heck is the patriarchy still oppressing people? I mean, this has got to be a monumental failure on your part if you've been in control of things for that long and still you are failing.
Yeah.
They're never in power, and I think this is something that, of all people, Rush Limbaugh brought up quite. I think I can't remember what he called it. I think he called it something like the Limbaugh theorem of Barack Obama, that Barack Obama essentially is not really the president. If you look at his statements, he acts as if somebody else is the president, and he's being critical of them. And I apply this to the whole. I mean, the Limbaugh theorem really applies to liberalism as a whole, dating back 300 years. Is that they're never in control. They're never responsible for anything. They are always the rebellious revolutionary force. But they'll never admit that they won the revolution 150 odd years ago, certainly in some countries, and even longer back in others. So they have no excuses. The reactionaries have no institutional power, nowhere, really. So for them to still be acting as if they're the ones that are rebelling against, the man or the system, they are the system, and they have been for ages. They shouldn't be able to escape from that.
Yeah,
I remember Michael Savage once going on a rant about that. He's like, "Why don't you liberals stop acting like you're fighting the establishment? You are the establishment."
Yes, I enjoy listening to Michael Savage sometimes.
He's a good ranter.
Yeah, he is.
Ben Folds even has this song he wrote in the 90s about that. The ascent of Stan, the textbook hippie man. He used to
meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Now you're the institution.
Yes.
He knew it. He could see it.
Yeah.
In 1990s, and yet nobody's. Yeah, it's just and that's the thing. It's their romantic vision of themselves. They're still, you know, they're still fighting enemies. They're propping up corpses of enemies to rebel against. I mean, where do these
Yeah,
people even exist? Or creating more perverse and weird things to uh, to
yeah,
liberate. I mean, at some
yeah,
point it
exactly.
has to end. I mean, at some point you're just kind of in the mud enough now that what else do you really bring up that shocks or that needs to be liberated? I mean, at some point there isn't. They've run out of things.
Well, yeah, but by that point they've the colonization of the Occident has already begun and will begin to shift over to being under the control of this the kind of Islamic force that that's really where their thing would end up if there wasn't any resistance to it. But I think that's really what we're trying to prevent through
I
the
think they,
reactionary movement.
yeah, I think they crave it. I think that's probably part of the
Yeah,
thing.
they
They just
crave their
hate
own
they hate
destruction.
Christianity, but
Yeah,
yeah, but they're not willing to return to us. They're not willing to return to our own um, traditionalism. So they got this kind of exoticism obsession. So they're gonna instead they'll be run
they're
by
in love
Islam.
with the other. Yeah, they're. Who wrote about this? I can't remember. I think it's Lawrence Oster. Are you guys aware of Lawrence Oster?
I know of him.
Yeah, he
I read
wrote.
some of his things.
Yeah, he wrote something about this obsession that they have with the other. They romanticize the other. They hate the people that are like them, that are there. The people that they're supposed to love. But they love the people who, from faraway lands, would have no problem killing them. Really, these people wouldn't. They just don't. They don't have any care in the world when it comes to, chopping off another head.
So at this point, they do possess linguistic power. They have the moral. Um, they control the moral lexicon. They control the moral energy of the countries of the West. They also have real um, state power. They have real. They have violent power. The thing that they, especially as anarchists and stuff, really talk about negatively. They have all that power. But I mean, how much of that is, how quick can that be changed? And in some ways, some days I kind of, it seems like we're, got many, many dark years ahead. And other times I think it would take about a week to push this thing over and to shift. I mean, probably still though within a democratic context. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's so flimsy, and yet it's so has captured the collective mind. I think partly it's control. Have you ever listened to or read E. Michael Jones' Libido Dominante? Either of you?
I know you. Saw your video where you talked about it. I have not read it though.
I have
Yeah,
not.
yeah. You just watch him online. I think he basically gives his thesis away. I mean, I think someday I'll read the book. I should really order the book and read it. But basically, it's control by libido, and I think that's part of it. People are afraid of letting go of their freedoms. They think that the world will be horrible for them, and that somehow, and this ability to control people with sex is very powerful. And in a world where the only transcendent experience people have anymore is sexual. If you're taking that away, you're taking away the most important thing that they have in terms of their spiritual experiences in the world. So I think deep down at the core of this is just a fear of losing that uh, that freedom and that experience that they so associate with, the pornography, the kind of just ubiquitous pornography. You don't even have to look at real pornography to be living in this pornographic world that we live in. I mean, this was not the world that people lived in 150 years ago, even certainly not 300 or 400 years ago. People did not live in a world of just permanent pornography in terms of, all print and film media is in some way, often in some way, titillating or controlling you in some way, right? So anyway, it's I don't know. I mean, always trying to sort this out myself. Like, how deep is the control? Or is the control so shallow because people are shallow? Or have been made only to think so deep? I mean, it's not like some people can be deeper, and people can be lured to consider life on a much more profound level. Not lured, invited to. Maybe that's what needs to happen more so than any particular other kinds of changes or dogmatic changes or converting people in some other way. I don't know. Kind of
Yeah.
rambling here, but I'm just trying to figure this out. I can never quite get my head around how is it that they control people so much, and people are just rabidly defensive of this stuff. It's very much like if there's a deep fear of losing something. What is that thing they're afraid they're going to lose? I guess that's putting it more simply.
Well, for me, it'll be a mystery for another time. I really have to go to bed, guys.
Oh,
Sleep on that mystery,
Yes, I will.
or on others.
well, thanks.
Yes.
It's really great having you. I mean, I think you're kind of like the lead guy here, almost like you've been the best voice, almost like, well, it's like the Chris Farley show. Sorry. But yeah, Mark, thanks for coming. It was really good.
Yeah, thanks for hosting me. It was a real pleasure to talk to all three of you. I hope similar things are going to be going on, in the future, and it's important to get together and discuss these things. I think now the sort of broad dissident right is at the stage now where this is becoming sort of the new medium where we need to start getting involved in this as well as our other pursuits.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think looking at a text would be nice sometime. Just sitting and having read a text, discussed that. I mean, in terms of scriptural text or something, and really kind of something that feeds us in this way. Something to get
Yeah,
us
absolutely.
to
But I
change.
think, when it's this kind of fringe, it's all got to be sort of it definitely all has to be online in most cases, just because you can't really voice these things to normies, as they say, until you're very sure that they are, in the. We almost need like a secret sign, like the original Christians had the fish. Is where that came from. This was kind of secret sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, well, I am going to hit the sack. So I look forward to this being posted, Ian, and we'll be linking to it. I don't know how long you two are going to continue on, but I'll definitely listen to the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Wondering if we should wrap up soon, maybe just so we don't tire ourselves out. But I don't know if anyone else is coming at this point, but.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be more people next time. It was kind of an awkward day. I guess it's kind of awkward for me.
Yeah, I've never hosted one of these before, so I'm just kind of trying to learn the ropes of it.
Yeah, well, you did good. You did good, man. And
thanks.
Have a good evening for you guys. I assume it's going to be getting into the evening, and a good rest of the week. Look forward to talking again soon, guys.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night.
So what do I do here? Hit the red phone, I guess.
Yeah, hit the phone receiver.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
Sure. Thank you. Good. All right.
Well, reactionary, and it's just you and me now.
Yep. Yeah, this has been I'm glad this has gone well, because I was always afraid. I've been afraid the whole time that my computer's gonna shut down or overheat or something. So fortunately, it's held up. I actually have a fan blowing on it right now. That was one of the reasons I had to step out briefly earlier, because I wanted to put this fan on it so that the internal fan wouldn't be overworked.
Oh, you had an actual external fan just blowing on it.
Yeah, like just a regular oscillating fan is actually blowing right onto it, so it doesn't overheat.
Little summer breeze.
This laptop is not the most reliable one I have, but so yeah. Yeah, I talked to a few people on Twitter earlier today who said they wanted to join, but I gave them the link. I don't know what happened.
People get busy or whatever. I think.
Yeah.
I think if people listen, like I said before, I think if people listen in, they'll get a sense. People want to jump in, and so they'll think, "Oh, well, I want to join next time, so I can jump in." So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't open this to the public just because I've seen some of these ones where they just say, "Here's the link if you want to join." Then all these trolls start harassing them, and it just gets annoying after a while. So
Yeah.
I don't want to have to be playing policeman the whole time.
No. Yeah. Well, you're only 9:00, 9:30.
Yeah, it's about what time it is here.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't
so
eaten yet.
I ate earlier, but that was like the only meal I had for the day. So I wonder if I should maybe go eat some more just so I don't go to bed hungry.
Yeah.
And we're down to one viewer. Hi out there, whoever you are. Oh, 2 viewers.
Oh, we had view. Oh, I did. I thought I was imagining there's no one there.
You can see in the
Hello,
bottom.
viewers.
You see the bottom right corner that how many viewers you have. I think the most we had was 7 or something.
Oh, nice.
Well, I'm glad they're out there. Hopefully, if Mark links this to his blog, more people will watch it.
Well, I'm thinking I'm thinking I will drag myself to all Saints of Alaska and just check out the um, the Orthodox Church in town here.
Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's not a. I mean, it's a shift, but it's not like a total new universe for me. I mean, basically, it's I've already been doing the kind of the high mass thing anyway. So, and that's really why I keep going. But yeah, I'm just not sure with my own life. Just my personal life I'm not sure where I stand there. What that what kind of discipline would be required of me, but that's pretty cowardly in a way. Cowardly reason not to go.
You're saying you're afraid of standing?
No, my standing, my personal because of my personal life.
I
mean, I'm not trying to be a priest there or anything, but I still think they're pretty strong marriage discipline, which I admire. But on the other hand, I've failed in these regards. So,
I'm not sure what their rules on that are.
What does that mean for me?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, then I'm stuck. I'm stuck in liberal land because of my own sins. They must allow you to be there if you're, maintaining a celibate existence. Maybe that's a pretty big commitment. But I don't know.
I'm not sure how they judge the personal conduct of the congregation, because I mean, it sounds like anybody's asked me like, do you do this or that? It's just they allow me to attend and.
But you don't receive communion, or do you?
I cannot receive communion because I'm not yet a member of the church. So.
Yeah. It's a closed table. Yeah. That's what I mean in terms of. I mean, I know I can go and just show up, but I'm just meaning actually if I choose that as my new church home, is that, what is that going to mean for me? But I guess I need to go just see and find out. It's a little bit of a trip. It's not that big of a trip, but it's certainly not as convenient. My church is basically in my neighborhood, so.
Yeah.
Currently, so anyway.
Yeah, the church I attend is about 20 minutes from where I live, so it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. So this chat is just our chat. This doesn't go out on to the other stuff, eh?
Oh no, this is still being broadcast live unless you want to cut out the live.
I mean our text chatting on the side here.
Oh right, the text chat. Nobody else sees that but us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to put some of those links out on the description. I don't know if you can save them now. Just so,
I guess I could. It's yeah. Let's see here. I could just add them to the description later.
Well, I can send them to you on a. I guess the only place I communicate with you is on Twitter, and I may run out of characters.
I was thinking I'd probably
just be nice to have them there because we refer to them in the conversation, and then people.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, I was thinking about for all the participants, link to their YouTube or blog or whatever. Just have that as like a good reference for anybody watching.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. This one with the. I'm opening them up right now just so I can.
Maybe send me your regular email, and then I can send you. I can send you these, because it'd just be nice to be able to. Because I think all these things are interesting. You know, if somebody's curious, who knows? Even in 30 years, maybe this stuff won't be up. Even in a couple of years, they may want to.
I'm just opening the links right now so I can have a record of them all.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I don't need to send them to you.
Yeah, it's fine. I got them open, so.
Okay.
So.
I also have some others that I have there too. Anyway, I'll send those to you. I don't know. Maybe send me your regular email so I can send you larger things sometimes.
Well, like, I mean, I don't want to like drown them in links, though. I mean, but like, what kind of
No,
stuff?
not for this necessarily. Just for you. I just have some.
Oh, okay.
I can just send those via Twitter too.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, unless you have another subject to.
Yeah, I guess I'm feeling like I'm a little tired. We've been doing this for like 4 hours now almost, so maybe that'd be a good time to wrap up, just so we don't just drone on too long here.
Yeah. Well, this is great, Ian. It's worked out really well. I know you were
Yeah.
hoping for more people, but I think it was a good balance. It was nice.
Yeah.
Ayla was great contributor, and and Mark.
Yeah.
I got lots of reading to do myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I was a little disappointed more people didn't show up, but I mean, it was kind of quickly thrown together. So I guess, maybe next time I'll just set a time more in advance.
Yeah, I think if you do that, I think it's just you've been wanting to do this. It's just sometimes important just to get the thing done, and then now you've got a sample of it. But I think maybe a topic, a particular topic or text, and sit and just have a job about that would be really a worthwhile thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people are doing these things now. They've got the traditional women do this thing, wave view or something.
Oh, the wife view.
Yeah. It's a nice. I mean, it's a casual conversation between various women. It's not always the same ones.
Right.
It's good to. It just gives a place. Oh, here are some women, and they're traditional women. They're having this conversation. In this case, here are some Christian alt-writers. They're having a conversation. What do they talk like?
Yeah.
Right. So it's just kind of important to do it. I enjoy it, but it's also important to kind of just example stuff, example this kind of conversation. So
I said earlier, I feel like when I listen to this back, I'm probably going to think it sounds like the Chris Farley show. You remember that sketch on Saturday Night Live?
No.
Well, basically the premise that Chris Farley is hosting some talk show where he's interviewing people, but he's extremely nervous and stumbling over his words the whole time. It's really funny.
Oh, I think I remember.
Like he did them with like Paul McCartney, Martin Scorsese, people like that, and say like, remember that song you had called "The End," where there's that line, and like it's pretty funny. That's how I feel like I sound when I'm trying to be the host. Like I'm just stumbling too much. But yeah, I'm glad. I think the key is just to have smart people who can say better stuff than me and let them do most of the talking. So yeah.
No, you're an excellent host.
Well, thanks.
And provide good insights too.
Yeah, I'll try to contribute where I can. So, yeah, do you think we should just end this now?
We should end this now.
All right, well.
For now. As Richard Spencer says, we'll put a bookmark in it.
I think we'll put a bookmark in that conversation. That's a bad impression, but. All right, well, Thank you for joining me. William, I'll link to your YouTube channel in the description so other people can hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for participating. And for everybody who's watching, thanks for listening. Have a good night.